Pierwsze i ostatnie podsunięcie w ramach tych rozgrywek. Prosimy bardzo.
Mamy nadzieję, że trochę dłużej walki potrwają niż Bardzo proszę o sprawdzenie ustawienia bierek i zegarów. Bardzo proszę, rozpoczynamy ostatnią rundę.
Hello and welcome at the final round of Polish Extra League. I am Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. This is International Master Piotr Nguyen.
Hello, everyone.
So we have here final round. As you see on the video, some games already finished just after some minutes.
Yeah.
Here we have the first board, Kacper Bjorn played against Jacek Tomczak. They made draw. Also, a very important draw happened in between Shostakovsky and Mirkut. Why it is important? You all remember this young guy who beated 3 grandmasters in a row. Yesterday he ended up with a draw, and today he just needed 1 draw, and he got it.
Yeah.
He offered, I guess, draw to
Yeah.
his opponent. The opponent accepted. That means that he is having his first grandmaster norm. So how amazing!
Yeah. And it's very understandable that he really, offered a draw because, if it gives you a norm, it's
Yes,
really...
why not? Why
yeah.
to complicate the situation
Yes.
more? This is amazing chance was amazing chance for him. He played a really amazing tournament. He was one of the top opponent for the grandmasters on his board. So congratulations
Yeah.
once again
And
to
he
him.
had the lowest rating, I think, on the 5th board. And I think
Yes.
he's winning the 5th board. I
The
think
medal
he's
of
the
the
best. Best.
yes, let's remind our viewers, if you don't know who we are talking about, this is FIDE Master. His rating right now is 2,256 exactly, but he is getting about 80 points rating.
Yeah.
So he's crossing this rating, and this is his first Grandmaster norm.
And also first international master norm.
Yes,
because
he also already achieved it. I
Yes.
think two rounds before.
Yes. But okay, there was still like possibility, like if his opponent wouldn't come, then he wouldn't get the norm.
Oh yes.
So
also.
theoretically he did, but there are those nuances that
yes. Sometimes happens.
Yes.
Sometimes happens.
Yes.
So here it is early morning in Katowice,
Yeah.
in Poland. We're here for you. We have our coffee. You
Yes.
have also.
Yeah.
So guys, grab
So
some
it's
coffee.
not only advertisement, but
We
we
really
really need
Yes.
those coffees. Yes.
So you can also have coffee, tea, even breakfast, and join us. Our sponsors are Coca-Cola, Vasco, Toik, and Mokate. Also, there is a partnership between FIDE and this tournament, Polish Extra League. Yes. So this is very excitement for me because lots of good things might happen here. And also, what is very important, we are in a very beautiful building. This is the regional state building where we have the parliament next door. So this whole huge place is dedicated to chess tournament. This is something really unusual what we might see. And I saw also the chairs were getting ready for the closing ceremony. So we're going to have live from it, and it's going to be a great show, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go to the games which are not about to finish. Yes.
They're gonna fight.
Yes. Yes, and just to explain why Kacper made a draw, he's going to play a World Cup. Yeah, and
he's going to Hanti-Mansi
yes.
soon. The
and
tournament.
I think on Saturday.
Yes, tournament
Yes.
starts at 10. So you need some time to adjust, especially in Russia, especially in Khanty. This is something
Yes.
special city, so it needs, and of course, it's always good when you are playing professionally to get the place a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Also, he needs some time to review what is his preparation. His opponent, we already know who were the opponents at this World Cup, but nobody knows who will get to this second stage. So this is really complicated tournament, one of the best tournaments for me as a commentator and as a spectator, because anything can happen. So we're gonna, of course, we're looking forward to this tournament, but today we are here and we have huge games, I think, and nice games coming.
All right. Yeah. So which games?
Let's speak about the standings a little bit. Hetman Katowice, Vasco Hetman Katowice is the leader, sole leader. They came until the last moment without losing, even though they were so close yesterday to lose.
Yes.
But they were lucky, I guess. I had a little chat with Bartel after the game. He was shocked, of course, very happy, and he said that when he was losing, two other boards were playing, and he was looking all these boards, and he was like, "Oh my God, this is not gonna happen. We don't have a chance, any single chance." But this young player managed to defend in a worse position. So they are still at the leading positions. And Polonia Wrocław, also one of the favorite team in this competition, are stepping so close to them.
We can safely say that these two teams, Vasco Hetman Katowice and Polonia Wrocław, they will take first and second place, regardless of any result. The question is who will be the first and who will be the second.
Yes. Let's speak with the numbers. So Hetman Katowice has 15 points. Wrocław Polonia has 14 points. Anything can happen. We don't know who is first, who is second, but we surely know these two teams gonna share these places.
And if Katowice wins, they are surely the first.
Yeah,
if they win. If they win.
Yes. If draw, then they have to calculate
the
most
things are
wins.
tricky.
It's going to be complicated. And the third places are in between Tsatsalashvili, Ratibor, and
Wieża Pęgów and Stilon Gorzów, they still have some
chances for medal.
Yeah, not so bad chances actually, because Ratibor is facing Katowice. So it's not easy for them to score points today.
So Katowice still has a great fight, and here we have on the video young Duda playing against, can I say first time his name correctly, Hushin. Oh no, I felt it again.
Hushin.
But I talked with him and I told him that I cannot pronounce his name, and I think he's okay, and he's not mad at me because I don't do it correctly. So this is a position we have here. So far they played 9 games, and I cannot say that black has any problem here or white gets any advantage, but they're blitzing. They're playing quite fast. Nicholas plays quite fast, and young Duda is using his time. What I observe about him, he always thinks a little bit in the opening.
That's right. So let's see the game from the very beginning. So Jan Krzysztof decided to play some Reti. I think he plays that quite often recently. And I like it because this is something I play myself, so I can always, see what those 2,700 players are having in mind in this opening. And okay, as we have seen in some, I think, game of Monika Sochko, I think, after bishop e7, there is always this possibility for white to transpose to the Catalan, but avoiding those
bishop before mainline.
And also some early dc4. There are some differences. So Niklas decided to take on c4.
Anyway, he took on g4.
Yes, but this is a little different. And now white has 3 moves, like white can castle, white can play knight a3, and try to take on c4, but then bishop can take on a3. It's tricky. I mean, always it's better to play knight a3 if the bishop is already on e7. And queen a4 is, I think, the most direct approach, because we just get the pawn back immediately. And well, we have a flexible structure, so we can play d4 sometimes, but we can also not play d4. Like in the game, b5, queen c2, bishop b7, just castles, knight bd7, knight c3, a6, and okay, d4 is of course one of the possibilities, but we can see that Jan Krzysztof played a4, rook c8, and yeah, the question is if he will play d4, because sometimes we can play with d3.
It can transpose, yeah,
to some kind of
positions, but I'm not sure. It might be under c5.
But the b5 pawn is a little bit weak, so you have to take care of that a little, like maybe push b4. But I think black is fine. I think.
What do you think about here b4?
By white?
Ah,
No,
yeah,
no, the pawn.
White to
Yeah,
me.
normally that would be very nice. Sometimes there are.
Some. No, I meant by black too.
Ah,
I thought it was black too.
Okay, yeah, if we go
Yes,
b4,
yes,
b4
yes,
is
yes,
the
yes.
idea,
Knight.
and then just push c5 regardless.
Yes, I wanted to tell this, that knight e4 here can be met by c5, the
Yeah.
attack on e4. This is very typical idea in Slav defense.
Yes.
Slav, yeah, Slav
Yes,
defense.
I think he, because I think he misplayed something here, like here. I believe like there is some better move for white somehow. There are some better tries somehow, because this looks like black.
Yeah, knight
equalized.
c3. Knight c3 is always can be always met by b4 by the tempo. So myself, I never feel comfortable to play knight c3 in advance. Yes. Also, there are some positions even after knight c3, b4. Knight comes on b1, either on e4, then
Yes.
comes on d2 and goes to b3
Yeah.
to play on the dark squares. But
Indeed.
probably he knows what he is doing, right?
I'm not sure. I mean, even though he's 2700, sometimes, early morning you just make few moves and then you realize, that's not my position. And well, that was the case at my last tournament. I knew what was the right move, but I just played other move which just looked natural, and maybe it's not terrible. But then I quickly realized, well, that's not my position.
Yes.
And then I spent like 20 minutes on the next move. And here we see Jan Krzysztof is thinking. So,
Yes.
well, I'm also not sure. I just also forgot at the moment whether, I don't know if queen b3 is not more tricky. Because now if I go a4, it's a bit more tricky maybe. But it's also too early for me to recall all the lines, because I played this myself.
Yes.
But I also just forgot. So I would also need to spend some time over the board thinking, yeah.
It is very interesting what
Yeah.
our viewers are thinking about having the games in the early morning, if it affects on the level of the play, even for top seed players, and how they think it should be. We should have morning games or not. If we ask, I think most of the players here, maybe they will just say like, no.
I think they should be calculated like rapid games or not classical, because it's the level is lower. Like it's a different game to me.
Yes, absolutely.
Of course, I'm a little bit joking, but personally, I hate morning rounds. And yeah, so it's harder to play. I mean, it's different. It's not the same game, yeah.
Yes. Also, it's not only about how you feel comfortable, because maybe you are not morning person. Myself, I am morning person. I wake up quite early, but I think I feel like my brain needs some time to get in the fast work. So I'm quite slow right now.
Yeah, and we can see that Jan Krzysztof played d3, so he keeps this flexible. So c5 is still not possible because the b pawn is hanging, and now even if he plays b4, well, knight b1, and if he goes c5, well, now knight d2, even despite losing some time, this is very nice.
C5
So,
is unpleasant when there's a pawn on d4 and
Yes,
there's a
yes.
chance to open c file, and the queen is a little bit misplaced here on c2.
That's right.
So right now this is not a case. Of course, black solved one problem of the bishop, a light square bishop here, but on the other hand, it has another problem, the weakness on the
Yeah,
light squares.
I really love those flexible structures, like, you know, I really love. So in the game after bishop e7 happened, and then I saw on the video that Jan played e4 rather fast. So maybe he just needed, you know, a bit of time to recall what to play, and it seems like he found a setup.
He always takes time. He
Mm.
always takes time, but definitely he knows what he is doing.
Yeah.
Speaking about the statistics, he played last 3 rounds. This is 4th round for him, and out of 3, bless you, Nicholas, he scored 2.5 out of 3. So this is quite nice. And the first game he played here, he was quite lucky because he had problem.
Yeah. Objectively, he was lost, but still his opponent just
Yes, but
had
the
to play
game
precisely.
in against Mateusz Bartel was just amazing. Very excited with the king on f2, and we thought that this king is a little bit open, but in his variation he even said that he wanted to play king g3 maybe 10 times. So he didn't even felt this way. Meanwhile, speaking about Nicholas' statistics here, he played all the rounds. All the rounds on the first board.
For Racibusz. Yeah.
It's quite tough, right? For
Yeah,
everyone.
sure.
And he scored 4.5 points.
So very solid result, like
Yes.
+1 and.
One draw, and he did not go for angry draws, but he was fighting in every game. So this is something really cool.
Okay, so let's see to the other game. It's like a very entertaining opening already. So yeah, let's see from the beginning. They played the Nimzo Indian. This is the game between both players from Czech Republic, Zbynek Raczek and David Navara.
Right.
So bishop b4, queen c2, d5, and a3. Yeah, so this is like the very main line, which is not played very often nowadays, but some years ago it was played very
It
very
was
often,
very
and
popular
now yeah,
in
queen
my
g3.
childhood.
Yeah. And knight c6, and you know, white took a pawn, but well, we've been all taught like you don't move your queen early in the opening, especially so many times. So it's okay. This pawn was not for free, so black gets some leading development for that. Also, white has the bishop pair, but you know,
Yeah, you cannot fail it.
yeah, I mean, you still have to develop them. So knight f3, e5. This is interesting.
And let's speak about instead of knight f3. There is this pawn is hanging on g7. What's happening after queen takes g7?
Yeah, I think you risk too much. I mean, like rook g8, queen h6. Okay, there is nothing immediate, but yeah, okay, maybe no. If queen a5 is no, queen a5 not, because
queen
this
d2
is
can be met.
yeah, also queen d2. But then I would just take on c5 at least one pawn. But okay, rook g6 is possibility, but I don't know if I need this. I can keep it for later. Maybe
Clearly
e5.
black has,
Maybe e5.
yes, black has advantage in development, but that's the first line, I think, what players analyze here, how to respond in this variation when they are sacrificing already second pawn.
Yes.
And very important pawn on g7. So I think it's all about the very analysis here.
Yeah. It looks like black has very good compensation, like, you know, the bishop may come, you know, maybe white can play g3, but I don't know, like bishop f5. Well, it feels still like it's hard for white to finish the development, and yeah, some rook g6, some knight g4 may come, you know. Yeah.
Right.
It's of course not as simple like you take on g7, you lose,
Yes, yes,
but
yes,
it's dangerous, and you can feel it's dangerous. So he played knight f3 and e5, and now it's again the question.
Is it hanging?
Yeah.
um,
And
what comes to my mind is queen a5 check here. I don't know if it's working. Just it's.
but if I
bishop
go just
d2,
bishop d2.
queen takes d2, king takes d2,
Ah, okay.
knight e4 check, king e1,
Let's
probably
say
knight
knight
g3,
g3.
hanging on h1,
Yes.
and also in e5.
Yeah.
I have
Yes.
an extra piece, right?
Yes, extra piece.
Oh.
So this is nice. However,
Good,
maybe I
morning
can play.
tactics.
Yeah, but I can play b4 and knight
Yeah,
b4.
that's the problem of the
No, I
morning.
mean it's still not so clear because here,
Yeah, it
and
can
queen
happen the same.
mm,
Okay, queen a4 makes it.
you meant taking
no,
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 because
no,
in
no.
that case that doesn't.
King c2, and the knight is not hanging on e5 anymore. Queen
Yeah.
a4 is a good enough move to be played here. Makes really huge threat. Knight
Yeah.
1 open check, knight d3 open check. So I don't
Yes.
believe white can survive.
So after knight e5, queen a5, also maybe some but knight e4, then queen g7, knight e5, then I have like this knight somehow. So queen a5 probably.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, it's still theory. I mean, both
Yeah.
players know the position. I think it's many years ago it was found. Yeah. So e3, castles, and b4. Yeah, and then rook e8. Yeah, rook e8. Yeah, and this is the position. Well, still, the king is in the middle. Black's pieces, are, very actively placed. So, yeah, I believe like Black has very good compensation, but as I said, it's still theory. So,
Yeah.
if White knows what he's doing, and he certainly does, because he plays pretty fast. Yeah. Well, nowadays people are not so much afraid of going into such positions because
Yeah.
they usually prepare it with the computer.
With the computer. Yes,
So-
computer also sometimes has this evaluation which you don't feel on the board. Maybe you check it later, but when
Yes.
you play, you are not sure. In this case, in the opening, it's might be equal, and you even know the way how to equal
Yes.
it. So.
Yes, so we learn from the computers. So thanks to the computers, we actually develop some new lines because
I don't like this, to be. I'm
Yeah.
so
But
sorry.
I
So the
but I think
computer works.
some years ago, people were defending much worse. I think nowadays people, they play very better
Yes, but
such
it
positions.
became more and more dry for me to see this.
Sometimes yes.
Yes,
But
yes,
sometimes
yes.
we can
We
get
can
into
see
wild.
the crazy
Like,
positions.
you remember that game like David Navarra with the king walk against Wojtaszek? That was very well known. I mean, it was some very very complicated, and I think thanks to the computers we just learn how to play chess. Yeah. I mean, in a more fascinating way, not just playing
I
those
don't think at all.
those
I'm not
classical.
friends with with computer. To be honest, you have this
Yeah.
kind of work, but you have everyday
Yes.
contact with the computer and the software. So for me,
But also my chess development, I think, like since I was like 21, 50 player, I think thanks to the computer, I became international master. Okay, I also
yeah,
read
it
a
was-
lot of books, but I think mainly work with the computer was, and I think it's the case with many modern players. Without computers, they will not be able to learn as much. Yeah.
Okay.
So why to hate the computers?
Okay, not hate, no, but not even like.
Okay. So let's see.
We can actually move to the next game. Here we have
Okay.
Bartel playing against
Tomasz Markovski.
Yes.
So both grandmasters. I think they know each other very very well. Like they played in 90s against each other because yeah, in some national championships. And okay, so let's see from the beginning very briefly what they are playing. And okay, so this time the Queen's Indian and this Bishop F4 line, which is not very common, but recently I just looked at it just very briefly, and yeah, it's not so bad. It's playable at least. So here, yeah, normal developing moves. And let's get back into the position. So black just grabs the bishop pair, but he lacks some space. So it's not so clear, and white castles queenside as well. There's some open edge file. I think he may consider doing something nasty there. And a6. What is it? What is it? Why a6? I guess it's still normal move, but
I think it's it should be ready to start at some point to push on queen side.
But do you want to castle on the king side? I think black also should need to castle there. So I think he needs to move this bishop.
Yeah, I was thinking about this bishop. It's even to the peer of the bishop, but from f6 also possible. Yes, it looks.
Yeah, sure. I mean, at first I thought bishop f6, but then I thought, oh, it's gonna be chased. But okay, then you go bishop
Yes,
d7. Of course, of course. It's like the morning problem.
Yeah, but imagine if black castles here on the long side too, then both kings on the long side, nobody will start the attack on the queen side, but white will have the advantage on the king side. Clearly.
Yes, but still, it's better to castle on the queen side than to be mated on the king side. Like, I mean, if you, I mean, let's say if you just castle here, yeah, because what is the alternative if you don't want to castle?
No. My idea is to remain the king.
Remain the center.
Yes.
Okay, there is also the third option. Okay, okay, but then my attack on the h7 still continues somehow, and I don't know if the king is really safe here. I mean, at the moment it is, but I'm not so sure because, okay, let's see the game. So a6, I don't fully understand what is it all about, but white immediately plays rook h2. Yeah.
Okay.
And he's thinking because
rook h2 is about to defend g2 pawn. Next move is bishop d3, and rook d h1 is a clear plan.
This is the caveman style. Like, you know, what can be simpler than that? And what can black do against this? Because it's very dangerous. So
I think next move will tell us why black played a6, and here we have, I think, c5. Yeah,
yes,
there we have c5.
There is c5. So he's on counter-attacking white's play.
Yeah, the idea was of a6 after c5, d takes c5, b takes c5, and to avoid knight b5.
Yeah, but it still wasn't like, let's say, at this point, if I go c5. So let's say I don't know which way to take, but whichever way I take, then knight b5 I always have a6 still.
Okay, d6 pawn is not hanging, right?
Yeah, so if I take dc as well, like knight b5 is also a6. So you still need like one or two more moves, but maybe something, let's say knight e4, and he would love to play queen c7 and then knight b5. Maybe that's the trick. Yeah.
Knight b5 is always unpleasant.
Yes, and even if queen b8, then knight b5 anyways. So maybe that's the point. So yes, so we can understand.
Yeah. Now the question is black on time to create something really big here to avoid this very simple plan of bishop e2 or bishop d3 and rook h1.
Yes, this is very simple.
Queen c7, castle.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, but okay, if I go bishop d3, I'm immediately threatening to go rook dh1.
And the bad thing about this file is that after h5, there's a g4 move.
Yeah, but maybe cd, ed, and bishop. Here, however, I have still some knight e4 jumps. So But if I don't counterattack on d4 pawn, yeah, it could be tricky. Okay, I still believe like black has it under control, but at least I don't see exactly what's his idea against this plan. So we will move on and see later.
We can check out the next game. In
Yes.
this match here, we have Gajewski playing against Nasuta. Gajewski is the most creative. How to say this? I don't know. He's having a lot of fun here in this tournament,
Yes,
right?
of
He
course.
shows us amazing chess, very nice ideas, and he's succeeding so far.
Yeah, because he is Anand's second, so it means he is working with a former world champion and doing some analysis for him. But the downside of such cooperation is like sometimes you're forbidden to play some
Yes.
of the lines.
Yes.
But
Actually, you cannot play this lines.
Yes,
And
yes.
it's something really annoying. You
Yeah.
know that this is a novelty, but
yeah. Yeah. So let's see what he did today. So we have some Italian, very slow play, like a typical Italian, but it's very rich of ideas. Well, all the pieces are on the board, so it's not a simple opening, even though it looks like very simple. But nowadays, it's
life is not simple.
yeah. I mean, well, like A5, hard to understand why A5 now, not earlier. I mean, these are some very
Some nuances,
some
you might
subtleties.
note,
Yeah.
yes. No.
So even though the opening itself is very classical, nowadays people found really some fresh new ideas, and it's getting so popular. So let's just get into the position, because I guess both players, okay, maybe not both players, because Grzegorz is playing very fast, so I guess it's still in his home prep. But for Grzegorz, it's maybe he needs to recall in the morning what to play, or maybe he's already not in his position.
Yeah, he spent about half an hour.
So a lot. So that's a lot
Yes.
at this point.
Also, this opening is quite known, right? The moose. But still, he has to choose which plan he wants to go. So yeah, he has time. Why not to use?
Yeah.
Let's speak about the statistics. Gajewski played all the games in this tournament, and he scored amazing 6.5 points.
Very good result for Grzegorz.
No lose at all, 3 draws and all the victories. This is amazing performance.
All right. And
also the games are so interesting, full of tactical motives. So we highly recommend to see his games. Next board.
Okay.
Here we have Gazik Victor playing against Yakubovsky Krzysztof. And Victor is the one who saved Hetman Katowice yesterday. He managed to, just keep it draw, and that's why Hetman Katowice still remains as a leader of the tournament. And as you mentioned, he is a world champion of previous year.
Yes, under 18.
Under 18. So this is not funny thing. It's a huge thing. He's international master. His rating right now is 2,537.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Oh, and we have very rare opening. I think it's called Ponziani. It's very
Ponziani?
rare. Yes, Ponziani. I think it's very, very rare. But
You're so good to remember these names.
okay, for me it's very funny to remember the names. What is your favorite opening by the name? Like
Funny name, you mean?
yeah, like which one you just like, which is okay, funny, or just you just like the name, like Like for example, dragon. I don't think it's so funny, but it's very nice. Like dragon. Yeah, I'm playing the dragon. It feels nice. Don't have favorite like some or some variation like some monkey variation.
No, not really.
No.
Not really. Maybe I don't know the sidelines, and that's why
Okay.
I
Because
was
there are
never
some openings named after some animals, like elephant, gambit.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that.
E4, E5, knight F3, D5. This is the
Elephant. Why elephant?
Oh, it doesn't look like elephant. Okay, so just very quickly, like doesn't it look like elephant?
Oh, it looks like elephant and
No,
not
it's like
monkey.
a big,
Yeah.
those pawns, like big foot, or I don't know.
It's fun here in the center also. Has lots of, maybe some people have different, vision about this. So I don't know why elephant and not the other things.
No, for me it's very funny. Like this is
Is
the
it?
elephant, yeah.
It is. It is.
So maybe this one could be your favorite.
I always knew that I had at some point to start to play e4. I knew it. I knew it always.
Yeah.
But the thing is that I don't know this opening, neither e4,
Okay.
neither e5. So.
Okay. So maybe one more recommendation from me. Against Sicilian, I recommend the Drunken Knight variation.
Drunken Knight?
Yeah.
Wow. It looks like a Drunken Knight, though.
Yeah. And I played like that, I think, like 4 times
Wow.
in my career, and I had good results. I think I need to go back to this.
I like this too.
Yeah. Just, okay, let's get back to the games. I will just quickly mention that it's not as stupid as it looks, because against some, let's say, knight c6, I'm arguing that I get some kind of Rosolimo, where the knight is not stupid here, while I can move the f pawn instantly. So and after, let's say, knight d4, knight d3, I can transpose to some other lines. Like if the knight was on c3, I can transpose. So it's,
It's not that bad.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
And it's always good to surprise the opponent.
Yes. It looks like something very strange. So it's partly related to this game that Victor played c3, but I haven't studied his game myself, but I heard that he plays like almost all the openings. Like you cannot expect what he plays. I mean, like he plays all the Sicilians, and he even played some e4, a6, like every possible move.
It's always very hard to
So maybe it's not a big surprise that he played some Pontiani, like he just got the idea to play this, and why not? Okay, so let's see what's the position here. So CD, d5. So it looks like some normal Jacopiano, some of the lines Italian. It's very similar. Like okay, bishop b5 and bishop d7. Well, how does that compare with, well, let's say, but the bishop didn't come here, because there is this line bishop c5, c3, right? Okay, so I don't know how, or this, no. I'm mixing some things, like bishop c4, knight f6, d4, ed, e5, d5. Like this. This is one of the well-known positions. Yeah. And it looks very similar, but there is some difference, like here. Yeah, but after d5, first of all, why didn't move from bishop c4 and then bishop b5? And he already regained the pawn on d4, like, let's see this position. He's still not taken that one. So, isn't it a good version? Or something, or I'm missing something, I don't know. But it looks like a good position for white. Yeah. Just so maybe this strange opening it was quite.
Also, Black can argue
decision.
here that this knight e4 compensates this center of white, and at some point he can play f6 to just destroy the center.
Yeah.
The final board in this match we have here, Monika Sochko, Natalia Buksa. This is 6th board, and here we have the female board, So we have in total 6 words,
Yes.
and the final word is for girls.
Yeah. But girls can also play on the other boards. And
We have this power.
and today we have a match. Like there is a girl playing not even on a fifth, but on the fourth board. So we will get to it later. So let's see what they are playing here. Okay, the opening just very briefly. There is some Karakan, defense e5, very popular recently. Okay, so we've already seen this kind of opening. I think in some games of Anna Varakomska, I think. as
Yeah, I
black.
remember.
Maybe even against Natalia Buksa, if I'm correct. We can even check it. Yeah, I like the third
Markovski.
round. Yeah, could be that it was the same line. So we may see who deviated first. Let's see. Yeah, so it's the very same line. So let's see. Queen a5, c3, queen c5.
Exactly.
Yes, so this was the same. Bishop
C3.
e3, queen c7,
Yes.
and f4, knight e7, knight f3, and knight bc6, bishop e2. Yeah, it's
Castle.
castles, f6.
Oh. No, instead of f6 here,
Okay.
Monica got. Oh, no.
So
In the
on-
game,
yeah.
Markovska Hanna, Natalia was rook d8. So Monica analyzed this game for
Yes.
sure. She always prepares against the opponent. There are players who are like preparing what they play, and they want to choose the best variations. But what I observe about Monica, she is always studying a chess player before the round, and she always plays against the exact opponent.
Yeah.
So that requires quite a lot of work,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, sure.
Because usually you
But
can
it-
just remember what you are usually you play. Like you played this variation, and okay, let's remember it.
Yeah.
But I know she is always getting ready for the round.
Yeah, so just I will put it on the board. So rook a d8, and we can remind that we found the trick here, like bishop c5. There is this knight e5.
Yeah. I remember.
Analyzing it because there's knight f3, intermediate check once the black takes on e7. So otherwise the bishop is hanging on c5. So that was important trick. So queen d2 was played, and only then f6. So e takes f6, rook takes f6, and rook a e1. So this was the game, and I guess Monica believes like rook d8 is not as useful. I mean, queen d2 and rook e1 are normal. So Monica played f6 immediately, and the difference, yeah, being like the rook
We come on f8.
may
right
come on
away.
d8 if needed, but it's still open, like you don't need to make this move now. Meanwhile, Natalia did not put the queen on d2, and she played b4. So yeah, so now it's a different game.
It's
Now
a different game.
different game.
Usually it's very unpleasant when your opponent follows the game what you played. And then she improves. It's always very, very bad. And probably computer's first line was f6. And it is a very nice, it's not nice feeling to do. So that's why I think she changed. And also seems like she analyzed her own game too. Why before? What is the idea behind this move?
Yeah.
Maybe just to push b5, take control over e5 squared, jump this knight here on e5, and control the center.
Yeah, but there are some downsides, of course, because the pawn on c3 is backward, and yeah, Monica played bishop e4, and very concrete play started because Natalia played knight g5. Well, and white wants to take on e4 and spoil black structure, and play just with the bishops against two knights, but. And yeah, this knight is very strong, and white took on e4.
Right.
Yeah, and Monica is thinking, but okay, don't think.
There is an
But
option to take
yes,
here.
but then check.
Just take on f6 and the rook is still hanging.
Yeah, but material will be equal, so maybe that's something to consider actually.
Something to consider, but to be honest here,
The
This
pawn
is
structure
not very
spoiled.
tempting. King is open. There's bishop
Yeah,
on the board and rook and queen. So
Yeah, but if I just put like this, the pieces, you're not gonna mate me, and I have the center. And it's very important, like, if I keep the center, you are not going easily with your pieces. Still, however, I would be scared as black, of course. But let's see just some sample line. And
also, it's very much simplifies. No, I don't like here black's position.
yes,
This
that,
e6 pawn is so
yeah, if we
weak.
could play e5, but then we are opening
D5
too
is
much,
hanging.
and this is hanging. So maybe this is too much.
I think what she's
Yeah.
calculating here is to take on e4, remain the pressure on the bishop, and bishop has to find the best square.
Yes, I mean the pawns are very bad, but the knight is great. And
Yes.
somehow, well, there's also such saying like if you have two bishops, very often one of them is bad. So it's, you know,
It might be true, right?
yeah, might be.
Yeah, here rook c5 can be easily kick, bishop c5 can be easily kick b6.
Yeah, or even first rook d8, just
Yeah,
to not allow
intermediate.
bishop d6. So rook d8 and then b6. All very nice. Yeah. So.
Bishop d4 looks so bad because after knight d4 the pawns
Oh
are even worse than black's
Yes.
one. And
So you
there
have
is
to go like that, I
f2.
guess.
F4 is hanging or not?
It could, but
Should
but
we?
but
It's
maybe
too greedy.
then.
It's too greedy for black.
But at the end of the day, you have some knight e3 as well.
Uh-huh.
We don't have a good square. Like I thought about something like that. I mean, you know. But
Oh
the
my God!
queen is-
Something very interesting is happening in the game. David Navara,
Okay.
Can we jump
Yes,
there
let's
quickly?
jump.
'Cause
Let's jump.
I saw the pawn
Yes,
on
I also
d2 already.
I see it. So let's show it to the viewers. So yeah, that was the position we have left, and certainly black has a good, you know, compensation and attacking possibilities. But okay, I thought like white has it all under control. But bishop e2, d3, already this d pawn is running up the board. Bishop d1,
Tempo.
knight e4, queen h4, and d2. And
What is this?
the thing is, okay, you cannot take with the knight as your
H4 is
queen is
hanging.
hanging. So you have to take with a bishop.
Uh-huh.
But then knight can take. And well, you still cannot take.
Oh, it's
And if you take-
intermediate.
Intermediate check.
Is it a loss already?
Yeah, and they are making some moves. They already bishop takes d2 was played. It is on the board, and I guess black will take on d2. And or did he already?
Why,
Oh,
black
he already
wins already?
he already took on d2. Yeah, right. And yeah, I mean he's pieced down. Of course, he has two pawns for it. Actually, two pawns, because he took the one on c5 early on, and now he also got the d pawn. But yeah, it looks like black got the advantage. Yeah, one way or the other. Yeah.
Material advantage.
Yes. So of course it's not easy to convert. Like those pawns are very strong, but still just a
It's a piece, right?
yeah. But it's not a full piece. Full.
Good thing for black about these pawns, they will not progress so fast.
Mm-hmm. But the light pieces, the minor pieces, they have hard time to fight these pawns. Like the knight on c6 is very immobile. Yeah, like
Wow.
yeah,
And this everything happened just because Queen made so many moves.
just misplayed. D8, knight f3, bishop f3, rook d8. That's a possible course. And okay, I believe like it's not like totally lost. Like maybe there is some.
Some compensation.
Yeah,
I'm
of course I
calculating the
prefer
moves,
black. I
moves
prefer.
by the queen, by white queen.
Oh.
Queen here have first, two, third. So he made 4 moves by the queen, and I think he has to make 5th move to you out of 15 moves. So it means he just made 10 moves with other pieces, and out of 15 moves, 5 moves he made by the queen. So this is not this is not good.
But now I realize that the bishop e6 threat is so strong.
C4
Because,
pawn, saying,
yeah,
right?
if I just take one pawn, it's just totally over. So actually, maybe, yeah, and queen d8 is on the board, so I think we will get to this position, yeah, right now. Yeah, I thought like maybe there is some hope for white, but yeah, as I looked at it a bit more, yeah, it's just, yeah, if I just attack the c4 pawn, then you know I overtake all the initiative. That's the problem.
Yes.
If the king was on c3, maybe that could have been, you know, then I can play, for example, bishop d5, e4, maybe just to
Yes.
bring, you know, all those. But here it's getting hard. So very good start for David Navarra in this game. He didn't have, I don't think he has a very good score in this tournament so far. He lost yesterday, very
You
painful.
mean Navarra?
Yes, he's losing some rating points.
Yes, out of 8 games, he scored 5 points.
Which is not bad, but
It's not bad at
but
all.
talking about his level
Yes,
and
he-
rating,
Yeah, the bad thing is that he lost. It's not about 4 draws, but he lost 2 games, and of course, this is not to lose at this level is not.
yes,
a
I
good thing.
mean, so he's underperforming, like comparing to his level, of course, because he's one of the top players in the world, like I think top 30 or top 40 certainly, maybe top 30. And number 1 in the Czech Republic for many years, I think. And okay, so
Okay, we discussed more or less about the leaders, and maybe we can now analyze the match between Polonia, Wrocław, Miezh, Legnica.
yes. So regardless of the result,
I pronounce it correctly?
Miedź Legnica.
Miezh.
Yes. Regardless of the result, they take silver medal at least. But of course, they want to finish on the high note, and yeah. So let's
Yeah,
see.
one game already finished on the board 5. Here we have Piotr, Pobras. They might quickly draw after some.
We can maybe just see this game very briefly, as it's.
You don't.
Oh,
You know what I don't
okay.
like about the last round. I saw before we started lots of suitcases here. People came here with their own bags, so it means that they're leaving right away. Some of them have to make early draws to
Yeah.
go, and I don't like. I don't like this thing about the last
Yes.
game because people are running to go.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing, but and there is not much to see in this game, because that's just whole theory of the open Spanish. So they didn't even make a single move, I think, on their own. Like, this is all the theory, so I'm not gonna comment on it much. I'm just showing that they played some theoretical line, and at this point they agreed to a draw, as both were happy with this result. So. Do you think it would be better to have this rule that you cannot make a draw before move 30?
Now it makes sense, but they could, if they agreed it before the game, it's very possible. Then
No,
they
but
can make
this
it.
is not possible. Like,
It's not?
I mean, okay, I'm not saying it's impossible, but
Because
it's
in the game,
forbidden to do it before the game, pre-arranged draw.
Yeah,
It's forbidden. So,
but
okay, if they do it,
for example,
but-
this player Shostakovsky, who made his norm, he offered draw, and in this case it works good for him, because after for 30 moves, nobody knows what.
Yes, sure. But usually at the league, and I think last year it was forbidden to offer a draw
Yeah.
before move 30. Now that the rule has changed, and okay, it's also the question to the viewers: how do you like it? When I watched I like that rule. Like this, and also there are those Sofia rules, like you cannot offer a draw at all. And I think in the St. Louis, when they played the tournament very recently, those very top guys, they had those Sofia rules, so they couldn't offer a draw even in complete drawn rook. And
What about the perpetual?
yeah, it's possible. Well, or just free time repetition. So of course it's not like there were no quick draws, but it's more tricky. And how do you think about this new rules in Norway? I think they played the tournament like if you make a draw, then you just play a blitz game.
You play
afterwards.
before a win, before a result. You're gonna keep playing unless you get the result, right?
No, I think they played some.
Yeah.
Some
Even
blitz game
Armageddon.
or Armageddon, but one way or the other, it had to be decided. But of course, it was like if you win a classical game, you get 2 points, and if you make a draw and then you beat in the tiebreak your opponent, it's 1.5 to half.
Yeah, I
but
like
you cannot
it.
make
I like
1-1.
it, but this is not for all tournament. It's
Yes, of course.
for
of
some
course.
special tournaments.
But
I
as a
think.
viewer, did you enjoy it?
Yes, very much. Yes.
So
And also, as I mentioned before, when we started the broadcast, I like very much the system of World Cups, and with this, there's also the similar.
those knockout system. You always like if there is one clear winner, and if you lose, you go home. This is what spectators love. They want to
It
see the
is
blood.
something. Yeah, it is something which keeps your heart rate so
Yes,
high.
yes.
So high. I had this chance to commentate the World Cup back in two years, and it was something that it was really exciting for me as a commentator. So yeah.
Yeah. So, but it's not very practical for normal players. Let's say, like for me, for example, if I have to travel somewhere and then I lose the first round and then go home, that would be very hard to arrange.
That's why we have to win.
Yeah. But for the professionals and for the big events and the spectators, like the World Cup, this is nice. Yeah, nice.
Yeah,
So we will be watching the World Cup very soon, as it starts. When it starts, just a couple days for sure.
Yes.
But
But at the same time, there's a Women Grand Prix in Moscow too. Both big tournaments are happening in Russia, and I will be commentating in the Grand Prix. So
Okay.
first
So-
watch Grand Prix. Grand Prix
Yeah.
starts 2 hours before, then World Cup starts.
Okay,
I can
so you
start
can
with us and go there.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on it. I will certainly watch it.
Here, very interesting match is Hare Krishna Kempinski. Hare Krishna
Yes.
is having amazing performance at this tournament. This is his first time in Poland, and seems like it's pretty much lucky for him.
Yes. So,
Out of 6 games, what he played, he scored 5
5 points.
with 2 draws, 0 loss.
Yes, and he made a draw with very strong players, with Jacek Tomczak and Radosław Wojtaszek. So let's see, and this is of course the match we've been mentioning earlier. Polonia Wrocław is fighting for for the gold. Yeah, if
Because they
win,
already have the silver
yes,
in the pocket. So
if they win and Katowice does not, then there is a chance. Yeah, and we have some also question in the chat. What do you think about 960? So the Fischer random.
I like
I
it.
think that there is ongoing strong tournament in St. Louis.
Yeah,
Gary Kasparov is even
Kasparov
playing there.
plays against Caruana, and yesterday we also, when Kasparov lost on time,
Yeah,
it was a comment like if you think that you had
The
the
bad day. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah, Kasparov is one of the best player for spectators for me, because he has so big emotions.
Yes.
So
yes.
we will say
He's
that
a fighter.
we say that it's very good to keep the emotions and not show too much, But how cool is his emotions?
Yes,
I
yes.
love it. If photos, videos, everything, it just makes. And also, as a chess player, I have seen him playing, and he has such a big charm for chess players. For chess player that he creates this show, but
Yeah.
we are missing a little bit for chess, to be honest. This is not the active sport with many followers. This is table sport. We have here mind sport, and this is very hard to make a show.
Yes.
So Kasparov is really
Yeah.
good, and Carlsen is also
Yes,
really good.
yes.
Also,
Maybe
other
that's why they
players.
are the number ones, you know. I mean, like,
It's a combination of everything,
yes,
right?
yes, yes.
Yeah, it
Okay.
started itself.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's time,
because-
it's time
because-
to go for
Yeah,
chess.
somehow. Oops, I need to refresh. Sorry.
The computer is enough, guys, of
Yes.
talking here.
Yes.
Let's
so,
do some chess.
So computer reminded us about this game.
Yes, you have to work
we
here.
have to- yes. So the Alapin, very very safe approach by Hare Krishna. But yeah, let's see. D4 knight f6. So it's all very well known, but white's supposed to be, you know, not so much better here. I mean, it's very safe for black. Queen d7 might seem a bit mysterious. Why do you put the queen here on the way of your light
Yes,
minor
knight
pieces?
e5
But-
at some point.
Yes, but I
Not
think
here.
yes, but sometimes it's like you can play rook d8, and the knight may come to c6, and you also may think about b6. And actually, in the game, knight c3, cd, like I guess after knight d4, knight c6, also this is a possibility. Like the queen could recapture, not ruining the pawn structure. So queen takes d4, and now just exchange the queens. Now, well, if white could, you know, play bishop f3 and so on, maybe he would argue that black is not developed, but black instantly pushes the knight back, e5, knight db5, and knight c6 just developing. So for now, it looks like black is fine. Yeah, and there's also a very nice trick like bishop g4. Well, black would be very happy to exchange the bishops. So white blocks with f3, but it's slightly weakening the structure. So now black just came back to d7, rook d1, rook d8. Yeah, there is not much going on. However, I would still take white in this position. Like the endgame is slightly preferable. Like there is this pawn majority on the queen side, and there is also this d5 square. Oh well, it's close to be a draw, but yeah, it's a good strategy for the morning round. Like don't take risk, you just play and see what happens. And yeah, you don't always need to, you know, to be flashy. Yeah, but let's see then the next board. Here we have something more unusual. As you know, Mateusz Bartel, he always likes to play some entertaining chess, and it started with a Slav, but after knight c3, d takes c4. This is very rare. This is very rare.
Really? I think it's
Oh,
quite common lately.
Normal is knight f6, of course, but d takes c4. Of course, it has been played throughout many years, but it's never been supposed to be, you know, the best. Yeah, like you know, comparing to other Slav. Of course, white could avoid this, like playing knight f3. I mean, okay, dc is also possible,
Yeah.
but that's another story. And there is e3, bishop e6 line, and I can tell that many strong players have played knight g5 here. After queen a5. Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning.
Wow.
Yeah, it can happen even to grandmasters, but okay. Knight c3, d takes c4, e3, b5. I think e4 is also the move.
Yeah,
I think
I think
this is the move
sharpest variation.
I'm recommending in my book, which may come at some point.
Interesting.
Yeah, so this is my recommendation, and after b5, a4, b4, and I think I recommend knight e2. I don't remember now what I recommend, because also knight a2 is perfectly playable. But okay, he played e3, which is also normal, but a4, b4, knight b1. Well, the position got, I think they both are not in their prep, because they played only 8 moves, like bishop a6, protecting this guy. It can be lost at some point, but still, you're just protecting it for a while, not allowing white to recapture so easily. So queen c2, e6, knight f3. So 8 moves played, and Kirill Shevchenko has spent almost, half of his time. I mean, 46 minutes after 8 moves.
Yeah.
And Mateusz Bartel also spent some time. He spent 20 minutes and...
Oh, he looks sleepy.
and he's thinking, yeah.
He looks
So,
really, really sleepy.
So I don't know if they don't know what to play and they need to come up with this, or they are just sleepy and they need to get into the game and so on. It's so hard.
No.
Yeah, Mateusz looks like he would really like to sleep like at least 2 hours more. Yeah. No question about it.
He has no idea that we
question.
observe him so
Yes.
closely.
Yes, but yeah, it's never easy.
Wow.
Yeah.
He tries to wake up.
Yeah.
And also concentrates. You don't really need to look at the board.
Yes.
Chess players have
Yes.
this ability to just close the eyes and imagine chess. And this is a very good example. Blindfold chess is a very
Yes,
good
and we
example.
have seen this at the opening
Yeah.
ceremony, and that
Alena Kashlenskaya played 2 games.
2 games
And
simultaneously.
she was limited on time.
Yeah.
And what was very unusual for me to see blindfold chess, she played with open eyes in front of huge, bright lights and hundreds of people and also cameras. So this was something that distracted her attention. We had this video, we put this video at the beginning, I think at the first round, so you guys may check it out. It was lots of fun here at Polish Extra League column.
Yeah, so we'll get back to this game later, I think. But
is he done with waking up?
Yeah, but he is still thinking. I mean, it's a bit of problem. Like if I just take on c4 as white. Well, what does black has for as a compensation? Like, I mean, the material will be equal, but there is some damage already made to this pawn, to these pawns. So he needs to find some counterplay, right?
Yeah, if,
like let's say
if
knight
c4
f6
is lost in one tempi, then this pawn structure and knight on b1 very comfortably can come on d2, c4, b3, anywhere.
Yeah. Very simple play, and white is just better. Not maybe much, but it's just better.
Enough for morning round.
Yeah.
Also, in general, it's enough to have advantage.
Yes, especially against strong player, you are just happy with this position. You are not in any danger. Meanwhile, if he goes some queen d5, that's not gonna save the pawn. I mean, first of all, e4 is the move.
E4 kind of changed the pawn structure, but knight d2
d2 also. But then maybe c3. No, but I can just take it, right? Well, there may be some mess like here, and need to recapture somehow. But even if I take with the knight, okay, at least it's getting more tricky, because even some knight a6 with bishop b4 could be played. There are some ideas. So maybe that's something he's considering right now. But as we see on the video, it's not easy. It's not easy. Okay, so let's see more games from this match. So we have a game Dimitrios Master-Vasilis against Tadeusz Kribel. a lot of exchanges already made, so yeah, we can see from the opening because not many moves has been made, and this is not a Sveshnikov, this is a Kalashnikov. Also a nice
Yes.
name for the
Kalash.
opening. Don't you think
Kind of
so?
aggressive, right?
Yeah, yeah. So the difference is like the knight is still not on f6. There are some differences because once the knight is on f6, it can be pinned. So yeah.
Mhm.
So a6, but then knight d6 is yeah, it's a possibility. So takes queen e7. So we have immediately an endgame where white has a bishop pair, and yeah, d5 square is weak. That's why after knight c3, black goes d5 anyways, and ed knight d4. Black sacrifices a pawn, but the knight on d4 is great piece. Bishop d3, bishop f5. So castles, takes. Okay, white no longer has the bishop pair. His pawns are doubled, and yeah, if black gets one of these, he may be even better.
Mhm.
So knight c2, rook b1, rook d8. So white decided that he has to do something. He played f4, but knight d5 came anyway. F takes e, castles. So white still keeps an extra pawn, but it feels like white will regain it. I mean, black will regain it. So yeah,
Very
it's close
active
to
pieces.
be equal, I guess. So good opening for black
Mhm.
somehow. So to equalize comfortably.
Next game is very interesting. Here we have some unusual pawn structure.
Yes. So let's see how they got there. Also very briefly. So g3, trying to play some Catalan, bishop before check, bishop d2, bishop e7. So this way we see the normal Catalan before and bishop b7 back. Well, black is just arguing.
It's about bishop before bishop d2. I don't really understand the ideas and the meaning of the move. But the first game I played, and I thought that what you're talking about, I bet a lot of bishop here. I totally understand what he
Yes.
meant. And it just took me only one game to understand that I needed this d2 square for knight, because
Yeah.
knight can come on. We are always saying that the idea is to, let's make it on the board maybe. The idea is to play knight on c1 or f4, or why to lose the tempo.
Yes.
This is a huge thing, because after knight c3, c4 pawn is hanging unpleasantly, and yeah, now white is really squeezed.
Yes. So if the bishop was on c1, yes, as we mentioned, knight d2 would be a move, and bishop f4 wouldn't be so attractive. But as here, bishop f4 somehow had to be played, and the bishop is slightly exposed here. It's not maybe terrible, but you know, why to rush, yeah? But here it is as it is. So b6, knight bd2, and knight h5, taking advantage of the bishop on f4. So cd, knight takes f4, g takes f4, cd. So black took the bishop, and it's good because he was lacking maybe some space, and these knights, you know, were stepping on each other's toes, and this bishop was looking at this c7 square. Very important, because if you're gonna take the file, it's not only about putting the rook to the open file. You have to control the entrance squares. So the c7 square is and c6 squares are crucial.
But here, black is on time to control these two squares, because at some point there can be rook, bishop a6 with a tempi on a2.
Yeah, the bishop can cover this square also, and this one will cover.
But you know, I
this
don't
one.
understand this a5 move. Why he played?
No, because
okay,
because
queen
if you
e4
go,
is a
yeah, I mean
yes.
not immediately, but queen a4 at some point.
Yes,
is
maybe
the
here
move.
e3, and after rook c8, queen
Yes,
e4, a
yes,
very
yes.
unpleasant
Let's put
example.
it on the board because it's not only about just attacking the bishop. You know, there is some pawn hanging here. So a5 is just a good move. Then bishop a6 feels a bit more secure. And as I said, other bishop can come to d6, just gaining a tempo as well. And the c7 square is protected. So you're not going to achieve much on the c file. That's why Pavel Šimacek played f5. once you are playing on this side, a5, bishop a6, well, I'm gonna use my extra f pawn and just try to ruin your structure.
Yes.
Of course, this is double-edged, because if my bishop comes to d6, well, at some point, there could be some weaknesses here. Like, so very double-edged, in my opinion. And I'm not sure if it's still theory. I guess not. So yeah, so let's see the last board of this match. So we have Olivia Kiełbasa playing against Jolanta Zawadzka. Yeah, and they play some open Sicilian, so let's also see from the beginning very briefly. They play some, I don't know if it's Taimanov or Paulsen, or yeah, I always, as I said, I mix those e6 lines, or Kan, yeah, still I don't remember, maybe the Kan. I think there was a similar game, yeah? I think Jolanta Zawadzka played this variation as black against Julia Antolak in round 3 or 2. There was some similarities, like then the knight was going to e4 or something. But okay, let's move on. Bishop f3, queen c7, because it's already quite different. And castles. So let's see what's going on here. What's the position? I mean, I really like the knight on e4 with the pawn on e5. So always some knight d6 are in the air. Rook c8, c3, bishop e7, rook d1, castles. Okay, so this is the position on the board. No, they played one more move. Okay, white couldn't take on d7 because there was knight hanging on e4. So she just played rook e1 and rook d8. So despite the fact that d6 square is weak, it doesn't look like white can take advantage of it. So yeah, it's just a normal position, I would say. Also don't see how black can easily counterattack. Yeah. But how about some bishop g5? That would be the move I would think about. But then maybe takes and d5, right? No, but then I have some g4, right? Let's say. Bishop g5 is the move I would consider, like, because the bishop on e3, it's not doing much. I mean, blocking my rook.
Meanwhile,
doesn't have any
e7
job.
bishop is a good defender, and maybe it's better to just exchange the defender.
Yeah, unless there is some tactics, maybe d5 immediately. Like if I take, then take on g5, and take on d6. That's, yeah, looks very equal.
Yeah.
Like everything's gonna exchange. But otherwise, d5 is also kind of a threat. So maybe, yeah, white needs to play it anyways. So maybe instead of rook e1, maybe this was like a slight loss of time. Maybe bishop g5 here would have been a bit better, just to keep blacks, tied down a little bit, as d5 is not coming. So bishop g5. I would say this looks right. Okay. So
I think we covered more or less all the positions, and now it's time to go back again and start over.
Yes.
But before we go that, we prepared a video for our viewers about the city Katowice, and let's check it out, and we can come back after the video. This is beautiful city Katowice, which hosts Polish EXTRALEAGUE from 27 August to 5th September. In this video, I'm gonna show you the places you have to visit. Our first location is this building. This is FIDE, well-known place for chess community. There are gonna be European Rapid and Blitz Championship in 2020. 3 wings are dedicated to Silesian uprisings. This year, they are celebrating 100 years of anniversary. There's gonna be a huge concert in Katowice Park, where chess players will be attending. Our next destination is the Market Square. Let's go by tram. This is my favorite place in the town. You can come here in hot summer days and chill out. If you finish your game early, you can come here at Flower Park and rest for your next round. After the game, if you want to have fun, you should visit Mariatska Street, where there are lots of pubs and bars. I hope you will visit the places I suggested you, and hope you will enjoy your stay in Katowice. Yes. We were tricked.
Yes.
We were tricked.
Yes,
Pretty
yes.
much tricked. So it was a
Alright.
video of Katowice. I visited the city day before the tournament. I wanted to show our viewers what opportunities we have here, because it's always nice to see around. And
Yeah.
this is my rule, to visit the city where I'm going for a chess tournament. And the time is over when I was just directly going from airport to the hotel, and then to the chess venue, and then back again to the airport, because I decided that I'm traveling so much, I should discover the things. So
Yes.
this is always, if I have time, I always stay at least 2 days extra before or after to see the culture, to see these places. Why not, right?
Yeah, so as we know, you are like traveling, and I have already asked you that last year, but let's ask again, and maybe something has changed. So how many countries have you been to?
Oh, I have no idea. I
But
heard
it's
last year I
certainly-
had answer.
Yeah, I think you had, or at least more or less. Like, you
Yes,
know,
I had an application in my phone, and I could point it to the countries, and it calculated. I'm not sure now, because there's some countries that I'm going quite often.
Yes.
Quite often.
yes.
So I have a list. I want to discover new countries, and it starts from African countries.
Okay.
I want very, very much to go there. Even I have to do so many injections, right, before I go there.
Yes,
But I am so ready for it, and looking forward for it. And what I follow lately, FIDE has pretty much events to Africa. So.
Yeah, so
It's great. It's
yeah,
great.
yes.
And this is the country I always dreamed to visit and to discover, not country, a continent to visit.
Yes, yes.
And also I want to discover more about Asia. I hope I will have a chance. This year I had a great opportunity to go to Indonesia.
You've been
for
also there last year,
21.
yes?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember.
I came in Poland right
Yes,
after Indonesia.
yes, and then
I
we've
had
been
long flight.
covering the Polish-Hungarian friendship tournament, also in Katowice
Yes, yes,
last
yes,
year.
exactly.
So I remember that. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. But this year I was more lucky with my schedule. I spent 21 days in Indonesia. It was amazing. I even visited Bali, and it was something. I have seen the photos on Instagram, which seems to me kind of photoshopped, or kind of, I don't know, some It's
But
all real.
it's real.
Approved.
Yeah.
It's all real. You don't even need to do any filter on your photos. It is
Cool,
so real
cool,
and beautiful.
cool.
And also had some time to spend in Jakarta. I celebrated my birthday. I didn't celebrate, but people celebrated my birthday, the organizers,
Okay.
and it was just a magical time for me. So, but for the next years, I'm thinking to discover a little bit more of Asia. Because it's something unusual,
Yeah.
and I love food there. So
Uh,
let's see
yeah,
how it
food
will
is
go.
very important
Yeah,
part
of course.
I also
It
love
maybe
food.
don't appear, but
I like
it is.
like this is one of my hobbies. Like I'm playing chess since I was 9 years old, but I'm eating since the beginning. So it's my first hobby.
Yeah.
Chess is the second one.
Yes, yes, and I enjoy very much to
Yeah.
degustate new things, and also then I want to try to cook myself, which I'm not succeeding yet, but I think I will one day.
Yeah. I prefer eating than cooking. Yeah.
Yeah, it's also.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, let's see some games. And yeah, guys, if you have any questions, just write in the chat. We are reading it. And I've seen some comments that actually in that game where I said it was a Kalashnikov, actually once, okay, I don't know which game that was exactly, but I will just show it to the viewers who want to learn some opening names. And indeed, I recall that is after e5, knight b5, d6 is the Kalashnikov. But a6 was played. That was the game by Tadeusz Kribel. After a6, it's called Löwenthal. Yeah, and indeed, I recall that's true. That's true. That Kalashnikov
Thank you
starts
for
with
the
d6.
information, exact
Yeah.
information, and thank you for being with us from the day first until now.
Yes.
So
And especially that
yeah,
is
this is our
early morning.
co-commentator on YouTube, right?
Yeah. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. And yeah, we have some more comments like Tomasz Markovski is the English attack. Yeah, because
Somehow
he plays like.
I'm having this
and-
computer for these reasons, and you're reading better than me.
Yeah.
So where do you
and
read these comments?
Michał Matuszewski is O'Kelly. Indeed, Michał Matuszewski is playing a lot of O'Kelly Sicilians. So maybe just briefly, let's see his game. He's my teammate, so yeah, let's see. Let's see quickly. So he's playing on board one. There is the match Baszta Żnin against Dwie Wieże Kraków. So let's see how this O'Kelly went. And this is certainly entertaining. B4.
Oh.
I've seen already this move earlier, but I've never studied this, and it feels like the improved version of the wing gambit, because b4 is possible in here even. Not here, like b4 here. This is called the wing gambit.
Wing gambit.
Wing, because you're just yes. And okay, cb a3, like that. As I think some d5 is played. I don't remember exactly, but it's playable. It doesn't give the advantage, but maybe even black is slightly better, but it's tricky. However, after knight f3, a6, b4, this sounds like a better version, because, well, knight f3 has to come anyways, and e6 could be considered a slight weakness, Still, yeah, it's let's see, cb d4, d4, and then d5. So white is not playing for this a3. It's tricky. So ed, knight f6, and now a3. Very unusual, all of this. So black can take on a3, but then bishop comes, and there is some compensation. There is very quick development. So e6 has been played. So if we take on before, the bishop takes with a check, so it's better version. But now d takes e6. So black did not recapture on d5 and exchanged the d pawn, which was supposed to be lost, for the e pawn. So he's sacrificing a pawn back to get development going, and I think Bartłomiej Heberla is very well prepared in the opening, because let's see on the time.
Yes.
So Michał Matuszewski is down to 22 minutes, and it's only okay. We'll get back to
Wow,
the
he's
position.
not satisfied with this position,
Yes.
according to his
Yes.
body
language.
moves. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's quickly jump to the
No,
current
yeah,
position.
what's
So they
happening?
just developed. So white just castled, took on b4. Now the bishop. Well, we can explain why black did not move the bishop, because he waits for white to take. So then he will take with the bishop. So he plays those semi-waiting
Waiting
moves,
moves, yeah.
waiting moves like rook c8 is. It
Needed
should
at
be
some
useful,
point, yeah.
let's say, but well, c4, and yeah, he was waiting so long that his king is in the middle.
And d5, the threat
Yeah,
here, the fork.
These are the very, very strong pawns.
Yeah, and he has to go back with the bishop.
Yeah, that's not looking good.
and
Like bishop d7,
d5. We have this position. He's not satisfied.
Yeah,
He
He's
has
clearly
to
worse.
go back with the knight to, because there's not knight 95 or any centralized knight jumps.
yeah,
e7 probably.
yes. But then how about queen to b3? Like, you know, if I take the pawn on b7, then I take on the pawn on a6, and that's all she wrote. So, and queen b6, bishop e3, it's just the end, because bishop c5, then I take on b6. So the piece down.
He
So
is so not satisfied, or this is the way he calculates maybe.
no, but certainly
Here,
if
here.
you look at, you know, the time,
Yeah,
times,
time
you know,
says a lot.
20.
Down to 20 minutes just for 12 moves.
Yeah, so very tough. Meanwhile, Bartłomiej Heberla had a very tough tournament. He
Yes.
scored only 2 points out of 8 rounds, as I remember. You
Yeah,
can
he
check
was
that
not,
out.
He was not satisfied at
Yeah,
all.
of course, the first board is very difficult, but
Yes.
still,
Out of 8 rounds, he scored 2.
yes, it's very disappointing. He had 3 losses in the row. I don't know if there is the saying in English, like, but he made a long castle. Do they say like this? Like, if you
I
lose 2 games in a row, you just made a castle. That if you lose 3, then you made a
Oh,
long castle.
it's funny.
In Polish, it's very often you know, say like.
I have no heart in my language and English, not my native language,
But
so
is
I don't
that
know.
a saying in Georgian?
No,
no.
no,
no.
no.
Just to yeah, say to the viewers why they say it's short or long castle, because in the chess notation the castle is 0
Zero,
0,
zero.
and if long castle is 0 0 0. So
It's
if
funny.
you lose 3 games in a row, it's like a long castle, like chess notation. Yeah, but it's so difficult. Like, okay, maybe 97, queen b3, a5. But then bishop
yes.
a3.
If the bishops are
and-
thread, the b7, a5 pawns are not connected anymore. It can be a bit.
Yeah, it's still like you are not going to do anything against these guys, and these guys are weak. It's a big problem that, like, you can't even generate the counterplay. So you just you can lose just straight out of the opening. Very difficult.
What would
very
you think
difficult.
about move instead of 97 to go on b8? It may looks ugly.
Oh, I see your point. Like, you want to go a5,
Oh,
knight
he just
a6.
played.
Yeah, yeah. So here, you mean, and like this,
Yes.
and at least you keep your position.
After, if white takes on before, black's idea is stick with the pawn. No,
Oh,
with
but
the
knight
pawn.
goes so, yeah.
I wanted to jump
Okay,
this knight
okay.
on c5. Of course, there's a possibility, but after queen b6, knight gets such a yummy square on c5.
Yummy. Also, the other can
Other
join,
can come.
but of course you
Knight
need to
before
castle
is
first.
also a possibility. Yeah.
Yes, right. So yeah, that's the way to go probably. So maybe after knight b8, there is some other move. But of course, you have the king in the center. There are some weaknesses, and the knight goes to b8. It's hard to believe, like, this is the way to go. Very hard to believe. But yeah, it was necessary. But he's down to 19 minutes
You know
just
what
after
is
15,
really,
just after
really annoying here?
12
If
moves.
White just starts to play on the king side with these two bishops. For example, starting with bishop d3 here, wants to play some checks like queen e2, or maybe after kicking this bishop from before rook e1. And if black castles, which is normal move, to play bishop j5.
Yeah, but then I think, okay, this looks terrible.
Don't play bishop e7 because I have to tell you, at some point I will play d6 very unpleasantly.
That's right. That's right. There is not sure if this is the best, but let's
At some
just see
point
the
it
idea.
can be, yes.
But how about bishop g4? Now I may think about this, and also bishop e7 may come, and the knight can find a square on d7 if
h3.
needed. h3? Oh, then I'm happy. I wanted to go here anyways.
Yeah, I wanted to use some chances with bishop f5.
Mm.
Is there
All right. The problem is like here you just take on f6, like because I cannot take with the queen, and if I take with the knight, I lose the exchange, and I really don't want to take with the pawn. However, that might not be the end of the world. It looks very ugly, but my bishop now becomes a monster. Like if it go to c5, it's unopposed. So I wouldn't say it's so terrible. But also maybe I can move my rook.
Take on c4 actually.
Yeah.
Queen b3. I expected this.
b5. No, bishop d3 now.
Even knight
but then
d2.
I can.
I liked knight d2.
But then knight to take.
Yes, and
You have compensation, but
there's knight d4 ideas too. Knight d2.
okay, you want to go here.
Yes.
Right. Could be. Yeah. So let's see how it goes. Okay. Okay. So now Bartłomiej Heberla is thinking, and we can already see, like on the second board of that match, it was already a draw. That's right. So the game Druszka Juraj against Maximenko Andrei was a draw.
Ended up with draw. Also 3 games ended up here with draw. So we have right now 1.5 balls. Our teams, they have
Yes,
equal.
and this is the match where Julia Osmak was playing on the 4th board, so we don't see very often, but yeah.
Oh, let's check out her game. The egg would draw, I think. Okay, the position is pretty much drawish.
Yeah, so just very quickly, there is not much to show, yeah, but just see. Yeah, there was some simple London system. She was white, but maybe she decided that she doesn't have any advantage. And I can tell you guys that Magnus Carlsen started playing the London, and then it got very popular. But then, okay, some players were playing the London against Magnus. And Magnus killed this opening, I believe. Like he found a fresh idea for black to completely equalize. And this is it. The queen c7 line. You don't rush with the knight to c6
because you guys you have to remember this if you're struggling.
Because there is some DC
with London
and you can take with the queen. Your knight is not on the way. And the idea is that you go knight d7 and you just want to push e5. So white is forced to exchange something. So bishop d3, castles. And okay, if knight f3, then knight d7. And now if you take on c5, then I will take even with the knight and push e5, and black is better. So what to do? I mean, this is already very good for black. So I decided to take on c5 first, forcing queen to take, but still, like knight g3, knight bd7, black is just totally fine. So yeah, this is Magnus Carlsen idea. And yeah, once I found out that he plays this a lot, I couldn't find any way for white to get any advantage. Of course, I don't believe in an advantage in the London system, but
It's a
at least
pleasant to play.
at least I wanted, some, to keep more pieces on the board and it be more tricky. Like, okay, black can equalize, but you need to find some
Yeah,
moves.
you need to
But this is
find
so
exactly.
simple, like queen c7, knight d7, and that's
Yeah.
all.
C5, E6, bishop D6, knight
Yes.
C7.
Yes.
The
d7.
idea is to play E5, control the central yourself, not allow your opponent to play knight
Yeah.
E5. It can stuck here forever and get so annoying. So control. The main idea is to control over E5
Yes,
square.
yes, and it doesn't look so natural because normally, if you look at queen c7, it does not look great.
Actually, I was
But-
myself struggling
but
with this
the thing is,
London
like-
system, and
like-
this is really good
yeah.
thing that after this commentary things, I have to work, I have to play chess tournament, and I am so sure I'm gonna have this London system at least in 2
Yes.
games. So, okay.
I will also mention like white has the possibility to take and play f4. This is also equal.
It
but,
looks like a Stonewall.
Yes, but there is some queen b6 with the idea bishop d7, bishop b5, and I think this is the
To solve the
equalizer.
problem of
Because okay, the queen moves the second time, but it's recaptured, so it was white to lose some time, and then queen comes with the tempo.
If
so
black decides the problem of the bishop and trades this light square bishop fight, then light squares are pretty
Yes.
much weak for white, and that can be a solution against this stone wall.
yes, and so the thing is with the queen c7, which looks like we're losing tempo. Well, if white takes on d6, making the queen move again, we just actually transposed because white spent the move on bishop g3. So that's why queen c7, it doesn't look so, you wouldn't come up with this move if you don't go so deeply as Magnus did, and now we know the idea. But yeah, but it's perfectly fine. Like you just put the knight to d7. Very, very interesting. So yeah. So let's see some other games. We can get back
We
to
can
the.
speak about the statistics of Julia Osmak. She is world champion under 12 girls.
But it
and
was some time ago,
It
yeah?
was some
No,
time
not the
ago.
current.
Yes.
Current.
And right now she's international master 2414, and she's a member of Ukrainian national team. She played with the team and they got medal some time ago. So she's quite strong. She's a power, and she played not only the female board, but also she played 5th board, today 4th board, and in today's game, she was even a rating favorite. She scored 4.5 out of 7.
Actually, 5 out of 8.
5 out of
Yeah, because-
today's result will be N2. So I think this is a great performance for her.
Yes, yes, certainly. Very positive. Okay, so
Let's go back to Navarra here, Kracek, because it's a piece there missing for a very big compensation. And let's check it out.
yeah, so I'm gonna find that game. Yeah, and here it is. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, I wanted to have my king on c3 and the bishop into d5. So this is what
happened.
Kracek.
And also bishop on
yes.
d5, right? It just happened.
Yes, so this was the position we have left. And indeed, bishop d5, bishop e6, and now a tricky move. I didn't thought about this. I forgot white could still castle long. It's a very good move because
Wow. I didn't
otherwise,
expect this.
otherwise
After
how to
d2
go?
and
Yes.
this complication, I thought
Yes.
king made some move.
Yeah, because how to go with the king to c3?
Very
but now
smart
it's
move.
simple.
Also, d1 would defends the bishop. King
Yeah.
d2, king c3 was impossible, but long castle
yes,
saved
because
some
if you
position.
play rook d1, well, you cannot step.
Yes, you can't.
You know. So very good move, castle long, and it's important that you are not forced to play e4 because you are giving up the square. So if you can keep the bishop on d5, well, there are some chances to survive, like rook c8, king c3. Black is piece up, but for 2 pawns and 2 very strong pawns. So yeah, it's it's not so clean. I would say. I mean, it's
Right.
mm,
So everything can
yeah,
happen.
yeah.
We
I
can.
guess black is slightly better, but yeah, it's not easy to
It's
convert.
it's
I
a big
mean, because the
big
knight
game.
does not have a great square, and the knight loves to to have some outposts. So imagine e4, knight d4. That would be just great. But how to get this? On the other hand, maybe black can just go slowly, like king e7, f5, gain some
Double the rooks
space.
on d5,
Yeah,
then
and
gain some
then
space. Yeah.
so then maybe if white does not have any follow-up in the long run, that could be a big issue. That could be a big issue. Okay,
We can go now to the first,
First board,
of
all
the
right.
match. We have not covered this for long.
yeah. So yeah, Jan Krzysztof Duda against Niklas Hushin bit. Yeah, we have left this at this point e4. So white is playing for this flexible setup. He's not rushing with d4 as it can be always met with some c5. So this is it. And now a5 was the move. Okay. Oh, it's interesting. That's interesting. As a takes b, c takes b, and
E5
you are
is not
not,
hanging,
yes, you're not taking because of the pin. So h3, h3 it's a prophylaxis against some possibilities of knight g4 once the bishop comes to e3, and e3 is certainly a square for the bishop. So h3, b4, knight b1, as we mentioned, the knight will be rerouted. Whoops, not to here, but to here, c4 or b3. C5, knight bd2, knight b8, knight b3. But black also rerouted his knight from d7, so a little bit of funny maneuvering, but the knight certainly stands much better on c6, controlling d4. It, it's very logical. There is some harmony in black's setup, so I really like what black is doing here. And bishop e3, knight to d7, overprotecting this guy. Well, this might come here. Yeah, so after rook c1, black even jumped into d4 as takes, and the pawn is not hanging, as there is some intermediate, there's the queen hanging, yeah. So queen
has to
b1,
go back on
and
b1.
then knight c5, and
Black gets pretty active.
well, I mean the a4 pawn is weak, and these pawns are very strong, so you cannot take. I mean you can, but well, this looks like a very good position for.
He took on c5 to eliminate the knight.
Yes, but then his pieces are so blocked in, and yeah, so we will see most certainly bishop c5.
Maybe the other knight after bishop c5, knight to2, and now this knight will go.
Yeah, but where
You see, in
would
this
you like
kind of
to
positions, I think knights are pretty much better.
Yeah, they are handy, but you cannot go to b3, I guess, because then a pawn will be very, very weak. So you have to go to c4, but then okay, I like black's I like black's position. Yeah, so we will see. But yeah, as I said, I like black. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, Soczko Bartosz against Markovski Tomasz. This is that was the interesting position where after we have left this after rook h2 c5, where I didn't know how to meet this caveman idea of bishop d3 or e2 and then rook h1. So bishop e2 was played, cd, ed, and queen to c7, right? Okay, king b1. Okay, it's a useful move just to get out of the c file. And rook c8. So black decides to keep the king in the middle. But yeah, queen d3. And okay, sooner or later rook h1 will come. So black played h5 himself. Okay, I see the point that after g4 there is h4. So this looks well. At first, g4 looks great for white, but h4 and
G3? Is it a move?
yeah, but then h3.
H3 and bishop can cover from GT.
Yes. However, it's still not so simple. I'm like g3, h3, and let's say I go f3. So maybe that's not what he was planning to do. Yeah, because rook h1 will come, and I will just take the pawn on h3, yeah, right? So, what to do? What to do? Okay, but Bartosz decided to exchange those bishops, which is logical. However, I was really interested in, you know, winning that pawn. Maybe, no, g4, h4, maybe the idea is after g3 just to play some other move, not h3. Because gh might not be a big threat.
And also rook h1 is not a move anymore because
But maybe
five is open.
still f3 is a threat, or bishop f3 now. So it felt like this is the way to go. Like if you do nothing, then I will play bishop f3 next, and then rook h1, right?
Okay.
But Bartosz played bishop f3 first and takes, and he took with the g pawn. Recapturing towards the center, which is logical, but then he's not threatening those g4 anymore, because then h4 and then we don't have the other g pawn to attack. So I don't know. He decided for totally different idea. So knight f6, d5, ed, cd, b5. Okay, he still played g4. Because after h4 he had this g5 move, closing
Knight
this
doesn't
one.
have much place to go, and he has to go on h5.
Yes, and
Why
queen
not on
d4
d7? Because of queen d4.
or f4 and taking. But okay, I could start with queen d4, of course, because if knight e5, then f4. So knight h5 and then queen d4. Well, the rook is hanging. So maybe what he did was totally fine. I mean, the lines I've been looking at were looking very good for white, but this also looks great because rook h7 and he just took the pawn. And okay, the pawns are doubled, so it's not the end of the world, but I believe white to be better in this position. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so
We can go to the very interesting game. Here we have Maiden, Jolanta, Marta,
Joanna.
Joanna.
Joanna. Joanna.
Sounds better.
Like Joanna. It's Joanna. Okay. Let's see. This is important match. I mean, for Wisnia Mała, they already are dropping to the first league. That's clear. But Wieża Pęgów is fighting for the bronze medal, as they have 9 points, and the current third place is Silesia Racibórz. They have 11 points, but they are facing Hetman Katowice. So if
I'm
they
just
lose,
watching the
yeah.
standings, and I think two teams already are dropped from the extra league,
Yes.
and they cannot catch
Yes.
the
yes.
third team.
So
with
it's
the
clear.
points.
Yes. So it's Wisnia Mała and Baszta Żnin. They will be playing the first league next year. Yeah, but who will win the bronze medal? That's still open, and we're gonna certainly be looking into it.
Also, who wins the gold medal? This is also an open question. We don't know it yet.
Yeah, let's just very briefly see from the beginning, because there's 18 moves, and the current position is related to the opening moves, because we can see the very strange modern defense where white did not put the knight to f3, so the f4 could be played. It's a very provocative play on the black side. Strategically very risky approach. And yesterday it was similar position in the game of Jacek Tomczak against Bartłomiej Heberla, when after like 15 moves, I believe like black was much worse. So let's see today here this game. Okay, from the positional point of view, it's good to change those bishops, but black is really behind in the development. White has so much space. It's very risky, and this knight, it doesn't look good here. Takes. Well, normally it's nice to play the knight f5, c5, have some counter play, but now it's not. Oops, it's not near as this. So knight f7, also a typical move, but then you want really to have some counter play here.
This is happening when there's f6, knight f7, and black can play e5, but here it's impossible because the pawn is on e5.
But even if the pawn is on e5, but the pawn is still back to f2, it's still the different story. But pawn is already here and here. Black still didn't play c5, so yeah, that looks very bad. So Joanna was just pushing the h pawn. Meanwhile, black was doing, trying to finish the development, but the knight on a6 also does not look great. And there is this saying that knight on the rim is grim, right?
Knight on the rim
is grim. Am I or am I missing something?
What does it mean?
The knight on the edge is bad. It's
okay.
There's also
Sounds
some
good,
saying in Polish, I think, about this knight, but I don't remember. There are those saying. If you remember them, it's okay. We all know, but if you teach the kids or if you just learn those positional strategical concepts, it's nice to have those sayings. Yeah, and g5. Oh, that's a very strong move, because the h pawn will fall anyways, and as we will see just in the game very soon.
And this very strong pawns on the king side, I think it's untouchable. Black cannons really destroy this.
Yeah, and this was all because of the wrong opening. Yeah, if you play the modern defense, as I did also yesterday, but you have to be very careful. Like you may end up in a lost position very quickly, and I'm afraid that's the case here, that black does not have any shadow of the counterplay. And if the h7 pawn falls, then the g pawn is very strong. The rook will be on the 7th rank. So already it's very sad position. Very sad. Black still didn't manage to play c5, and even if she does, it's too late. It's too late. I really don't like black's position. Okay, so good news for Wieża Pęgów, who really needs to win today and hope for other results to be the way that they want and win the bronze medal.
Even draw is enough for him, the draw in the match.
No, draw is not, because they have 9 points and they need to catch Silesia Racibórz, who is 2 points ahead. And just
then
to remind
Silesia needs draw.
For the win, the team gets 2 points, and for the draw 1. So it's a bit tricky with this numeration. Normally it's one and a half. Yeah, but here, yeah. Okay, so...
you know what, we can have a very short break. We can have the video of the playing hall, so we can see what's going on. Yet there is nothing not exciting, but something that we want to, catch it and talk. So we're going to take a little break and we will come back to you soon.
So we are back after a short break, and we have a very special guest in our studio, Antoni Szostakowski, who made his first Grandmaster norm. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How do you feel?
I'm really excited. I'm so proud and happy and shocked at the same time, since it's just so amusing performance to me that I couldn't have even dreamt about it in my best dreams.
Okay. Today you made a quick draw that was just enough to make a norm, so yeah, surely you are relieved. How did you feel before the game? Did you feel a pressure, or you felt like, oh, with the white pieces I cannot lose, like?
Yeah, I felt a bit of a pressure that maybe I will not play my best if my opponent refuses a draw offer. And then maybe he will outplay me, but he was so kind and he accepted the draw offer after 5 moves, so I'm really satisfied with that.
Yeah. So as we have a chance to have you here, so maybe we'll comment on some games. So you will give your Grandmaster insights into the positions.
I will do my best.
Yeah. And guys, if you have any questions to us, and especially to Antoni, you can write in the chat. We are keeping an eye on it, and I'll be very happy to ask those questions. So now let's go to the games. And yeah, so the match between Katowice and Racibórz is certainly one of the matches.
The most important one.
Yes, so let's see the game of Jan Krzysztof Duda against Niklan Hushin. Yeah. So there was some Reti opening and
like anti-Catalan, yeah.
Yes, or this like neo-Catalan. This is
okay. You are the specialist, so you know all the names, I guess.
Yeah. Yes, and this is the position like Queen E2, Bishop D6, Queen A2, Bishop D6. Well, this queen does not look great, yeah.
Yeah, this position in general is so close. I guess it's kind of balanced, like Black has a bishop pair but cannot make any use of it. The bishop on d6 is kind of stuck. It hits its own pawn on b4. And White has a very nice square on c4 for the knight. And maybe he can somehow do something along the c file, because it seems like he's ready for maybe some trades and get invasion, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, but I'm afraid that the bishop on g2 stands very badly, so
yeah,
even if I just play e5 and put the bishop to e6,
yeah, it feels quite uncomfortable.
Also,
maybe
I can play like that and force you to play b3, and then I will just come to
so
here.
Maybe I'm forced to put the knight on c4 as soon as possible.
Yeah. So yeah, and we see that Jan Krzysztof Duda has 33 minutes and Niklas Hushin has 26. So yeah, I think slowly they will approach to some time trouble.
Yeah, and maybe we'll get some more exciting action in the game.
Yeah, but for now we think like knight d2 is the way to go, and yeah. Then put the knight on c4, and White is solid, but maybe
probably in position of both players is so solid, their weaknesses cannot be exploited that easily.
Yeah.
So maybe it will end up in a draw, or maybe we will see some more interesting fights. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see the game of Zbynek Raczek against David Nawara, both Czech players. So yeah, White lost a piece in the opening.
Lost or sacrificed?
I'm not sure, but it felt like he lost because.
What happened? I
oh,
haven't
so
seen
just quickly see. So they played some very sharp line of the Nimzo Indian.
Yeah.
So White is pawn up, but well, his development is just terrible. And after just bishop e2, there was this trick. d3, bishop d1, and then boom, boom. And yeah,
maybe
he had to take.
Maybe he sacrificed, like,
no, I
because
don't think so.
he didn't feel like developing in any other way.
Yeah, maybe
because
that's why
if
he
we look at the
sacrificed,
position before before the move d3, it seems like the bishop on f1 is
Yeah,
stuck. So
yeah, I'm not saying that there was other way to go, but is it good?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah,
Yeah, just
it poses some problems because
yeah, but
the
I
pawn
think
mass on the queen
black
side
is
is
better. Like
yeah, for sure.
maybe it's not winning, but it's better. So as white, that's not good opening. However, bishop d5 was played, and now the tricky long castle, and we just quickly get into the position like here, and yeah, e4. Yeah, you cannot take because there is some pin. And rook h1 f5, and he took.
Fine.
Okay, it's not as easy for black because as we said that there is this pawn mass in the center. The knight is a bit of restricted. However, piece is a piece, and
Yeah,
I think only black can win.
yeah, he's got only 2 pawns as a compensation, so from the material point of view, it's for sure surely not enough.
Yeah.
I'm wondering right now whether he takes on d2 first, or he just recaptures the bishop.
Yeah, and we see on board 3 they are setting up pieces
Also,
already.
let's
So
jump into it.
Did they make a draw or something?
No,
has
but
happened?
Bartosz won.
Yeah, Bartosz
Finally,
won.
he's been having quite
Oh,
a
yeah.
tough tournament here, and he won in a crucial match, so that's huge
Yeah.
for him.
Yes, that's very important. Okay, let's get into it. But okay, now I'm here. Yeah, so with Keti we've been looking at the position after 25th move. Like white won a pawn, and black doesn't have that much compensation. The king is still in the middle. Okay,
The rook on h7 is completely misplaced, the knight
That's
on
right.
h5 as well.
Yeah.
So I guess it's a huge advantage for white.
Yes, and rook e1, and if queen f5 check, then at least queen e4 is fine. So king f8 was played, but then queen g4.
And
Yeah, very, very hard.
he
And
cannot
then
take,
just
yeah.
came with the knight. So yeah, that that didn't last long. Yeah, knight f6.
That-
Very good move. So takes, check. And if he takes with the king,
Maybe some knight e4.
Yes,
is it the
knight-
case?
e4.
Or no, queen d4. Take it back. Queen
Yeah,
d4
queen
winning the
d4.
rook. It's
Yeah,
just
it's just
as simple as it is.
Yeah, we were looking for something more crazy. No, it's
Yeah.
so we cannot take, but then king g8, queen g5.
And the cold-blooded move, queen
Yeah.
g5. just
Rook h5 is unstoppable, so that's all.
on king f8 also. He will take on h5 and just
Yes,
remain
let's
piece
just
up.
show it.
because that's
That's
a checkmate.
checkmate.
Yeah, very
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah, so yeah, terrible opening actually for Markovski. Okay, so already
And
Hetman
how-
Katowice is leading, yeah, in the
But
match.
how much? Is it just 1-0? Okay.
Yes, one point.
And all other games are still pending, so maybe
Yes, but
let's,
David Navara seems to have the advantage.
let's jump to the maybe fourth board.
Yes,
if we
yes.
can.
Yes, we can for sure. Yeah, now just find this.
It's so tough finding games.
Yeah,
I know.
but I got used to it every day, so
And the computer just okay.
stopped a little bit, but we are here. So this is pretty, simple game. It felt like, but
A couple years ago, it seemed like the Italian opening is really simple opening, but nowadays it seems like it's very complex, and both sides have to know what to do, because otherwise they will end up in a very poor position.
yeah, it got very complicated and very rich, full of ideas. I mean,
Like
but
people got tired of all those Berlins and
Yes.
Marshall Gambits, so they switched to the Italian, and it's really trendy right now.
yeah, but what happened in the game? It looked all very, very natural and very normal, like.
Slight edge for white, I guess, because he got this typical push d4 in the center, as he was intending.
Yes, the position is getting simplified. However, as we see on the clock, like Grzegorz Gajewski is playing fast. He has 48 minutes, just a normal time to have at this point. Meanwhile, Grzegorz Nasuta is down to 7 minutes. That's not much, and he still needs to make 14 moves before reaching time control. So let's see a few more moves, which happened in this game. Yeah, but it feels he is slightly better because he has better control in the center, but that's not really much.
Yeah, and
It's-
the majority on the queen side is completely stopped.
Yes.
Like his majority on the king side and in the center is more important.
Yeah, he may
Maybe some
push,
pushes.
bring the king, and he cannot be pushed away with the move g6 because knight h6 is
Yeah.
in the air. So, yeah, I think white is slightly better, but it's not a lot. Yeah.
Maybe he will push for a while, but it's still tough for him because he's like down to 8 minutes. And we will see whether he might do something about this advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Racibusz has to play for the win because at the moment they are on the 3rd place. But if they lose, I think Wieża Pęgu for some other team can catch them. Yeah, so they really need to be careful. And if they make a draw, then they have a bronze medal.
Yeah, but
So-
Katowice is the best team
Yes.
out there, so it's really tough for them. Okay, let's check the other games because they are, I guess, interesting
Yeah.
as much as the previous ones.
Yeah, even more entertaining because there is something sharp going on, and yeah. So let's
Viktor
let-
Gazik against
yes.
Krzysztof Yakubovsky on the 5th board.
Yeah, it looks good for white, but well, he's down to 5 minutes.
But it's typical Viktor.
Okay.
He's burning a lot of time in the opening, but he plays quite well under time pressure. So
Okay.
I
So
would.
he's playing like Gryszczuk.
Yeah, kind of. I wouldn't be. I won't be worried about him.
Okay.
Like he might still play correct moves and pose as much problems as he would do if he had, I don't know, 1 hour on the clock.
Yeah, black has bishop pair, and I always like the bishop pair. But these bishops, well, they don't seem to do anything. The bishop on h4 is, well, a weakness, I would say, and the bishop on b5 is, what
He's
is he
hitting
doing?
nowhere. Like
Yeah.
there.
Just into the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, and well, here there is some pressure, and also on the e file there is some job to be done. Okay, this knight can be easily brought here, as it should, and with the push e6, there is some action. So yeah, white is better.
Yeah, if he takes, then he puts some piece on e6, maybe knight, yeah,
And
and
here, for example, looks just good. Yeah.
and the rook is coming to c7.
Or actually maybe knight
Rook
f3 had to
because-
be played because
Yeah, queen f2 or bishop f2 are
yes,
huge threats, so you
But
gotta
yeah.
go for this.
but yeah,
Hitting the
this-
bishop and then
yeah, this looks very
on
very
rook
good.
e8 I can even take on c7 most probably.
Yeah,
Like
but there is some maybe.
no, I
bishop
take
d7.
on c7 anyway. Bishop e6, rook e6.
Yes, that's,
and
that's
the
cool.
queen is overloaded.
Yes, that's cool, and let's show it. If yes, this, and the rook takes, and we cannot take because of simple mate. Yeah, so those type of lines shows how good the position is.
Yeah, so probably Viktor will win.
Yeah. So and yesterday he saved his team, managing to make a draw against Wojciech Plat. That was very important because they were close to lose the match against Wieża Pęgów. So yeah.
Yeah, so huge results for him, and he also won in the first game,
Mhm.
so he's having quite a good tournament.
Yeah. Meanwhile, let's see what's going on, because there is a lot of action here.
But I guess this action is not working for White at all. Like
Yeah.
she's down a pawn, has a lot of weaknesses on the king side, and well,
Yeah, it does not look good for
and
white.
there's no any concrete play from the white
Yeah.
side. Like, what are you supposed to do in this position? The pawn majority on the queen side cannot be exploited in any way.
Yes, yes.
Those black's pieces are just perfectly placed.
And you
Almost.
see Monica looking at the other board, she feels
She's so
very
confident, yeah.
Precise.
So I guess she's most likely to win, and then it's gonna probably seal the match for them.
That's right. So they will win yet another national team championship.
Yeah, I know which in a row. It's like 4, 5.
I don't know, but in total maybe 8th or 9th.
Ninth, yeah.
Ninth, yeah, because
Because,
they already win 8. Yeah. So yeah, it's hard to beat this team.
yeah, they have so many great players, like 32700s,
Yes.
and the best Polish women player.
Yes, the only one who has the Grandmaster title in Polish history. But today Radosław Wojtaszek is missing. Also yesterday he didn't play. I guess he's preparing for the World Cup, which is coming soon.
Yeah, but he played like 6 games.
Yes.
And he made a fantastic score of 5 out of 6 probably. So he did a very great job on this first board.
Yes. So let's see maybe the game of Pentala Harikrishna against Robert Kempinski.
Yeah, the closest pursuiters of Katowice, Polonia Wrocław.
Yes. However, if they even win the match and Katowice also wins, that's yeah, they will be
That's
second.
irrelevant, yeah.
Yes, that's irrelevant. So, but still, let's see. Hare Krishna is having a very good tournament here. He's gaining a lot of rating points, and that's the position on the board.
Like he's gaining about 11 points, I guess.
Yes, at this level, that's really a lot.
Yeah, his rating is 2700 and he's still gaining a lot, so that's really huge.
He is in the top 20 in the world currently, and yeah, he's the second player of India, just behind the former world champion Vishwanathan Anand.
Okay, and let's see what happens in his today's game.
Yeah, and he already took on d4, so he's pawn up.
Yeah,
and that's very important pawn. That's not just a pawn.
that's a very huge passer. Like
Yes.
d7 has to be met immediately.
Yeah, maybe rook d8. Yeah, the question is if we can take this pawn, maybe there is draw.
It feels like, and on d7
Yes.
there is some nasty bishop c5, I guess. Like takes on e8 and it should be drawn. At least bishop c5.
No, I don't think this is right. Because
Yeah,
I
and you
give a
take
check and then I just go king
and rook
f2,
d8,
and then
and you
king
bring
3.
the king. Yeah, so maybe
Yes, this could be winning for white, but no. After d7, you just
Knight
go
f6.
knight f6, and
and
well-
both threats remain at the same time.
yeah. So that's gonna be a draw.
Most probably.
Yeah, I don't see anything here. King f1, let's say, just take on d7.
Yeah, and
You can also move the rook, but you cannot attack the pawn. Somehow, still bishop c5 would be coming. So yeah, that's gonna be a draw pretty soon, I guess.
or maybe he will come up with some brilliant idea. We'll
Yeah.
see it.
But I don't see a brilliant idea, and
You're not that brilliant as Hare Krishna, so you
yeah,
know
yeah.
we both aren't. So
Yes, but well, in some positions, I think I can make a draw even against the engine if it's simple.
if it's king versus king, then for sure you can.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the second board because there's not much action going there. So Kirill Shevchenko against Mateusz Bartel.
Mm-hmm.
It's like an end game as well.
Yeah. Okay.
And it feels quite balanced, I guess.
Yeah, I mean the knight on a6 is not the happiest piece, but
it's,
it just protects the good
Yeah,
pawn.
so it's
like
an important role for this piece. White achieved the push in the center of
but
e4.
it's not much. Even if you push e5, that's just come back.
Yeah.
It's not much. Yeah, the knight on a6 is protecting the very good pawn. There is a saying like bad bishops are defending good pawns.
Yeah.
How about the knights?
Maybe.
No one said, I believe, that bad knights are defending good
So
pawns,
it's
but
you're the first one to introduce this quotation. To
yeah, maybe. Maybe some
Well,
people will quote me.
History will remember you as the guy who said, "Bad knights protect good pawns." Like,
Yes. Yeah.
even though you copied the
Yes.
the quote.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. So I guess it should be pretty much drawish. However, maybe black can bring the knight to c4. Still, the b2 pawn is just protected. So it looks very drawish.
But okay, those grandmasters have the feeling of the technical position, so I guess they will play it for a while. Maybe one on the other side will come up with some sort of idea in this
Yeah, maybe he
position.
can just try to push these guys and see what happens, like g4, g5, maybe at least to keep the game going.
Yeah, but
if he really
the rook
feels he needs to.
is forced to defend the pawn on a4. That's also an issue. Like,
They can push a5, maybe.
but then knight jumps to c4, and your
okay.
knight is stuck there.
Yes,
It's
at some point could
yeah,
be the
it's
issue.
not that easy
Rook
for
a8,
him to
rook
do to,
b5.
make any sort of progress.
Okay. Yeah, so it's pretty much balanced, and we'll see. Okay, so to the next board, Paweł Simacek against Szymon Gumulasz.
It was a very exciting game as far as I
Yes,
have
so
seen.
we can go back a little bit. Yeah, so let's quickly see. With Keti, we have left the game right here with f5, which is pretty double-edged because, okay, we are trying to ruin black structure, but, well, without the dark squared bishops, well, maybe, well,
Yeah,
it's not
I would
too
like to
clear.
maintain the control over the e5 square, but maybe the dynamic play all over the e6 pawn and in general light squares might work out for him. And let's check out what happened.
Yes, so just quickly see the moves, and then we will focus on the current position.
Like,
So they are maneuvering here. The bishop came to d6 as expected. There's some exchanges. Yeah. Okay.
it feels like white's position got somehow stabilized.
Stabilized. However, those two bishops can matter. Okay, now he gave up the
Maybe
one
he was
bishop.
forced to, I don't know.
You see queen f4. Well, now, well, it's getting dangerous. Like, the rook can come here.
Yeah,
So queen
it's
e7
tough.
stopping. But then rook c6, and that's very dangerous.
Like knight d7, probably only move protecting the pawn. And there might be some problems with the pawn on e6.
I believe like white is better, but
But
how
it's-
much is it?
It's only the matter of question how much,
Yes.
because beyond doubt he's better, but how much is important.
Yeah,
Is there any concrete way to?
I don't think so.
explore?
Like rook c7 is nothing, can be kicked away, and I don't know. Rook have nice square here, but it's also we need to sit on this pawn, I would say.
Yeah,
But
that's maybe.
Can we bring the knight? It's very hard, yeah, because if we go e3, knight e2 is still not possible. But not only there is the pin on the g file, but even if we could do, black can just take it. And then the e5 pawn could become a weakness, like queen g5 at some point. So
Maybe
I
there are
don't
some
know.
ideas like bishop h5 here,
But then
or you go
rook,
to g5.
yeah, we can even go to g5. Yeah,
because
let's just show it.
I looked at rook h6, then maybe some rook h7, and then put the bishop on f7 based on the fact I take the knight back, but
Yes.
probably it doesn't work the way I intended. So maybe, I don't know, push in the center.
Maybe just play a3 first, just to stop
Maintain
any queen
control.
b4.
No,
But
queen-
okay, it
queen
wasn't
b4
wasn't
is-
really.
It isn't
threat.
really a threat, yeah.
So maybe you think e4, yeah, right. But you have to.
Yeah,
be
I gotta
careful.
consider this, for sure.
Okay, so it's not easy.
But
and
maybe I can somehow bring the queen back to b3 and then hit e6. That's
yeah, you mean, yeah, the queen like here. So let's play queen d4 or queen e3.
Yeah, maybe this way, and then e4, for example.
There's always bishop c4 if needed.
Yeah, so it's not that easy to.
It's not easy, not easy.
Or maybe go like queen d4, f4, f5. Is it stupid? Maybe it is.
No, but
of course,
but even e4 now it's
Oh,
good because
yeah.
you don't have d4. So queen d4 centralizing the queen. Yeah,
and then e4, yeah.
we could consider it certainly. Yeah, also yeah, f4 as you mentioned. There are some ideas for white. So Szymon Gumularz certainly is under the pressure here.
And all of a sudden, Legnica might win against Wrocław.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
and only one more game pending on the last board.
Yeah,
So let's check
see Oliwia Kiełbasa against Jolanta Zawadzka.
It feels like Olivia is never going to lose this position.
Yes. Yeah,
like her pieces are very centralized, very active.
Let's wait for the board.
And
yeah, it refreshed.
And
okay.
she has a majority on the queen side. And if she creates a passer, then it will get quite dangerous for the black.
Yeah, but I think black very quickly will get her pawns going forward.
I always go f4, like, and maintaining control over the e5 square, and then we will see what happens. Like,
yeah, but
I want to bring my king to d4, maybe push c4, c5, and then see what happens next.
Yeah, but I will. If I go king d6, then knight c5 is a threat, kind of.
Yeah, I go king d4.
Okay, you go king d4. Okay, so it
f6,
is white
f4.
to move, so f4 immediately.
Or maybe king d4 immediately. I guess it doesn't matter, probably.
Yes, doesn't matter if you go like this, this, this. So this is what you mean.
Yeah, and c4, c5.
But if I go here,
who knows what happens?
Can I go e5? You just take, yeah, right.
So
yeah, so my knight is a bit more passive here. Still, I have a feeling like it's just a draw. But
maybe it is, but it's definitely not easy to defend.
Yes, it's more pleasant to play as white. Yeah. So we will see. Yeah. So what are the other matches? Like Stilan Gorzów also has those from mathematical point of view, chance to win the bronze medal.
So let's check what happens in their match.
Yeah, we haven't been looking into this match yet today. We just saw a very, very quick draw on the first board between Kacper Piorun and Jacek Tomczak. It is very understandable because Kacper Piorun is about to leave on Saturday to Hanty-Mansijsk, right?
For the World
Cup. Yeah. So, and here he was losing some games, so
and tons of rating, I guess.
Yeah, he just needed a break.
Like about 15, 17 points. He got 4 losses in a row. That's really heartbreaking.
Yeah, and already there was a draw between Karina Cywka and Anna Warakomska, so it's 1-1. Stilan Gorzów is playing Akademia Szachowa Gliwice. So let's find those games. I have some problem finding the games. So yeah, Bluebaum, Matthias against Paweł Czarnota. This is the second board of the match, Stilan Gorzów and Akademia Szachowa Gliwice. So we will have a look into these positions. So what is going on? Yeah, material is equal, but very
very
strange.
How did this pawn manage to get to G4?
Yeah, I guess it's the e-pawn who got there because it's not the F.
It was a card.
Or maybe
it takes
the d-pawn.
F6. No, it takes F6.
Then it takes F6.
Maybe F5 and FG5 and then G4.
Okay.
But it's a very strong pawn. Like it keeps the important squares on the king side around white's king, like F3, H3.
Yeah, but we can play F3 if we need to. Yeah,
I'm not sure. It's weakening the second rank.
Yeah, but
at some point it might tell that weakness. So.
Yeah, but I have this d-pawn which distracts your forces, so I believe like it's equal.
Yeah, but some progress has been made
already. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
like H5. h5.
Mm.
He's pushing in on the king
Yeah,
side where
because
he
after
has the
f3,
majority.
we don't, as black, we don't have to take. That's true. f3, you don't need to take. That's true. So maybe f3 is actually a weak.
Knight c2 and queen f5.
Queen f5.
Maybe it's
Right.
a move.
If knight e3,
then
then
queen e4. Yeah,
check.
that's what I
That's
was
very
going to say.
unpleasant because f3, yeah, the rook is
You're
hanging
dropping
here.
the rook. So.
Yeah, so
And he's likely to push some h4.
Mm,
Then you,
could be.
you never really want to take this
Mm.
guy on h4. And if black manages to push
Whoops.
h3, it's gonna be some mating ideas even.
Yeah, could be very dangerous. And also, yeah, if you move the rook, some queen f3 check, the c2 is kind of hanging. Yeah, white is under the pressure. So,
sure.
as white, I would really look forward to you know,
Making a draw, yeah.
yeah, I mean, like force matters, like make a
Maybe-
draw, but as fast as possible.
Yeah, maybe
like,
it's some
like
DC.
d6 and try to make a draw, but it's
But the d8 is so
Well covered.
heavily controlled. Like,
yes, but at least if my pawn reaches d7,
then
well,
are-
I distract your forces.
yeah, so maybe there are some ideas of bringing the rook to the a rank. So yeah, it's gonna be.
Yeah, but I would certainly pick black. So we'll see. Meanwhile, let's just look at the game. Igor Janik and Michał Olszewski.
And it feels like Michał Olszewski is going to win. He's a pawn
And
up.
he is having very good tournament. You can maybe check how many points does he have.
He's on 6.5 out of 8
Mhm.
and gaining like 24 points.
Yeah, being
but
already
he's
2500 player.
Yeah, but he's so lucky. Like in almost every game he was lost. Even I heard a chat of him, and
Okay.
he's one of his teammates, and he was like, only in the first game I wasn't lost. In every single game he is having a terrible position, but he somehow pulls them off to even victories.
Mm. But that's also important.
Yeah,
Of course. And there's the saying that the hardest, position to win is the winning position. So
Yeah,
his opponents are not ready to win the game, so he just takes the chance.
yeah, but Bartosz Soczko blundered against him.
Yeah.
It happens.
I would be happy if a guy like Bartosz would blunder against me, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't be so upset about this. Okay, so let's see this game, but he is down to, less than a minute.
I
Against
guess it's
41.
irrelevant. Like
Um,
Igor's position is so terrible. The knight on b7 is completely out of play.
Yes.
The king side is very weakened. The pawn on f3, bishop on g2 are.
Yes, but
So
he still
terrible.
5 moves has to be played, but yes, indeed.
I guess black's moves are not too difficult. Like knight f4 is coming. Maybe take on g2, take on f3. It's 3 moves.
But okay, but let's see. I take on a5.
Okay,
That's a
knight
pawn.
f4 pre-move.
Okay, but then let me just go back with the knight somewhere. Well, my
Knight
pawn,
c6,
my
okay.
a pawn will be running up the board.
Rook takes f3. Is this working? Oops, that's nice. And I have to take.
Yeah, I mean.
That's a nasty trap. in
Yes,
fact.
here, and
And
I
take on
will
f3.
take the rook.
Yeah.
Even if I took the knight, my a pawn is still a bit
Yeah,
dangerous. But
okay,
of course, I
okay,
take the
that's
rook.
nasty. Let's just maybe.
So maybe let's not,
Let's not
forget
be too
that,
hasty.
and Igor is good at
Yeah,
those tricks.
but maybe a move like queen c4 is working. Like your knight is running out of squares.
If I take it.
Oh, my rook is hanging. Oh,
Yeah, I mean.
I'm so lucky I didn't play today.
Yeah, I mean, Michał has less than a minute, so
Yeah, okay, let's start with rook
You
c3.
can hardly calculate, yeah. Okay, but I just go here. I will
Uh,
just take your bishop,
Okay,
and then just go with the pawn.
let you take it. Queen e5 takes.
Okay, but so maybe I will not take it. Okay, I can consider taking it, because your bishop may stop me.
Okay, if you take,
Alright.
then I go rook c2, take on g2,
Okay, so a5, let's say.
a5, huh? Okay.
I can consider taking or not. I mean,
Well,
This is dangerous pawn. I
let's
mean,
let's try taking on g2.
okay, I have to take with the king. I didn't want to take with the king, but I have to.
Hmm. Well,
Yeah.
so maybe it's tricky.
I mean, to win as black, at this point, it's not like you can do play
Whatever.
positionally, like, and then bring full point home. No, this is the position you have to kill white. Otherwise, this a pawn, maybe it's lost objectively, but you have to make
Yeah,
precise
maybe
moves,
I
so-
can go back to defense, like to the a franc, put the rook on c8, and then see what happens next. But
Yeah, okay, because the position we have here, it's this. Yeah,
yeah, if he takes here,
yes, and he should take because what else Igor can do? I
there's
mean-
not much he can.
I mean, that's his only asset. I
Yeah.
mean, he cannot speak of any play on the king side.
Yeah, for
So,
sure.
Even if he finds the win for black here, I would just take on a5 and yeah, see.
And force his opponents to find the win.
Yeah.
Like it's a more practical play.
Yes.
I'm still wondering why he's thinking so much, because Igor is known to be a very practical player. Like he plays very fast and poses a lot of practical problems.
Yeah, because if there is a forced win for black and we couldn't find it, talking for already 1 or 2 minutes or even more, it's not easy. So
Yeah.
if he takes on a5, Michał would have to make a move in less than a minute. So
But
take on
now
a5
he's
and-
giving him a lot of
Yes.
time to think.
and maybe Michał now will find something. Maybe.
Or maybe
So
wait,
why Igor is
hang
not-
on, maybe after knight a5 just queen a6.
Oh, but
And apparently your knight has nowhere to
Oh,
go. And
that's-
on f4 I take on a5. You take on d5, I take
Ah.
with a check. So that's the
okay,
case.
that's the okay.
So the Igor's position is
Mm.
even more sad after
And if
refuting.
rook d1, then bishop e4.
or
And
whatever.
it's like here and here, and you still cannot take because of check. Yeah. Okay. This is what he found. Oh yeah.
And now
Indeed.
he's like,
Indeed, if it's as simple as it is, then indeed knight a5 is unplayable. Unplayable. So it's very sad. But can he play rook d1?
okay, I take. Oh, and you take here. That's the case. Okay, let's go back. Because
okay, rook d1.
and what now?
Yeah.
I think I can go all the way back, maybe, or.
So if queen
so
a6 does not win, then yeah.
then he might consider doing that. Yeah, at the very least.
No, I would just take on a5 even if it's losing, just because otherwise, well, it's I can't believe like if I don't take it.
There are no other moves.
Yeah, it's impossible
Because
to play
where
this position.
does he want to bring his rook to play? I can't see.
Yeah.
And black's is pre-moving, knight f4, putting the rook on d2, taking on g2, or maybe even pushing the h pawn all the way down.
Yeah.
So it's very tough.
That's
It
right.
should be objectively lost. So.
Okay, so
It's gonna be a win for Gliwice.
yeah.
And
uh,
Michał Olszewski will have like a very great performance above 2700,
okay.
2750 maybe even.
And
The top performance in the entire league, I guess.
yes. And how about this position? Tomasz Warakomski against Mikołaj Tomczak. So still Gorzów needs a win to really fight for the bronze medal. And what's this position?
And it seems like Mikołaj is doing quite
struggling,
okay.
but
He's an exchange up.
yes, full exchange up. Otherwise, that would be terrible position. But yeah, but
and
he's not suffering for free.
but
Like
I
queen
can't
f7.
see how does he suffer concretely.
Yeah, if I had the other rook, then
Yeah,
the
okay.
rook
If
d1, for
then you would
example.
be a piece up. So
No, I
just-
mean like instead of the any
okay.
of the minor piece. But the issue is the material, yeah, not the.
So if there are no really pieces that
rotate this
like
way,
he
this way,
cannot
this way.
bring his knight, maybe even like knight d3, I guess maybe bishop h6 will come,
Yeah.
and then take
one
on
of the
e3
issues.
and liquidate the material. So That should be,
That should be it.
yeah, and we already have a result, like Tom Skantans won again, defeated Aleksander Czerwoński.
Yeah.
But
so-
it was a very weird game, like, we can check it if you have it.
Yeah.
Because there was a variation where black is close to be lost by force.
Okay.
But white burned a lot of time, like had 30 minutes playing this idea.
Okay. Today our boards is not working as
Yeah.
it should. But
Let's go back to the very beginning.
very beginning.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Let's say.
No, it was the
Yeah, this is the
Grunfeld
Grunfeld
with
defense.
with rook b1.
Well-known
It's
variation.
a very topical line couple years ago, and this line is already close to. It's like +1 for white.
Okay.
H4, it's all correct. G5 takes on G5.
Yeah. So white regains the pawn as it's not to be taken. Because yeah, check,
Takes, and right now H6, rook F7, and
check, or bringing the rook.
bishop H5, as
Oh,
far as I remember.
No,
I'm not sure, because
have
the
H,
position,
But then I mean you
yeah,
bring the rook
but
somehow. Yeah.
at the end of a variation, it's like a
Or-
rook and couple pawns for 2 pieces in the end game. But this position is close to loss for black.
So like a tile sacrifice. Rook
Well,
for the.
Kind of.
Okay.
But he went E5. It should be just lost.
Yeah, the material is equal. Meanwhile,
But
you know,
I'm not sure how he managed to outplay his opponent in such a terrible position.
yeah, everything
maybe
can
5.
happen.
Right now it's unlike King Black
Somehow he consolidated.
because
Still, these pawns are pretty much, dangerous. But now knight found very nice square. Yeah, and it feels like he's getting some counterplay. Yeah.
yeah, it's
No,
Black is taking over the initiative
yeah, if the
completely.
pawn didn't manage to go that far, I mean, he cannot promote, and he lost.
cannot do anything.
Yes, so
It's just.
yeah, this was.
I mean, I'm shocked
Yeah.
because when I approached this game, I was thinking that Tom's gonna lose this game, and it's gonna be quite easy for White. But I'm just surprised he somehow found a way to get alive and then outplay his opponent, because he's just outplaying
Yeah.
after in the completely lost position or a
Mm.
huge advantage for his opponent.
That's right. So maybe let's briefly have a look at the match
Wieża
Pengów, because we've been looking at the match of Stilon Gorzów, who has to win against Akademia Szachowa Gliwice to fight for the bronze medal, but it looks like they are not winning that match. So let's see how Wieża Pengów is doing. They also have a chance to win the medal.
But a very small chance, yeah?
No, quite a good chance, because Racibórz has 2 points more, but they are facing Katowice.
But what's the difference in the
Small
board points?
I think not a big one. So
Maybe I
you
will
can have a look.
I will look it up.
I think Racibórz has only half point more. Am I right?
Right now it's,
No, it's if they
27 and a half board points for Pengów and 25 for
Yes. So
Racibórz.
if Racibórz loses and Pengów wins, they will even add more.
And they will
small
win the
points.
bronze medal.
Yes. So
Because right now it probably counted the points taken by the finished games, like
Mhm.
Pengów took 2 points and Racibórz 0 for the time being.
Yes.
So I guess it's
Yeah. So
Okay,
let's see
check,
the games
because they need to win very high in a very high score. The top board, yeah.
But do you mean Pengów needs to win high? No, they just need to win the match.
3.5 is gonna be, yeah,
Yeah,
for
it's-
sure.
it's-
Because
it's
if
enough.
Racibórz loses, they cannot do more than 2.5 points,
Yes.
and that's gonna be
Yes.
just 28
Yes.
or 27.5 for them.
Yeah, they have more small points at the moment, and if they win, they will even add more.
Yeah.
So Wieża Pengów is fighting for the medal. Yeah. So let's see quickly how Aleksander Miśta is doing against Krystian Kuzmic.
These are
yeah.
opposite colored bishops, so in the simple endgame, so I guess it's gonna
Yeah, it's
end
pretty
up in a
much
draw.
drawish. It's pretty much drawish. Alexander Mishta is not having a great tournament here. I think
Yeah, like
it's
losing
2
some.
out of 8. On the first board, of course, it's very hard, but I'm sure he's not happy with
Yeah,
himself.
but it's definitely below his expectations. Like,
Yes.
he could have performed better than what he did.
Yes, and already Wieża Pęgów is leading in the match 2-1 because on the 4th and 5th board there were draws, but Joanna Majdan won her game against Marta Bartel. So
Here we're gonna have a draw, I
Yes.
guess. So let's check what the positions on the other boards are.
yes, and they are facing the
The
weakest team,
Yeah.
at least that's how the thing went in this tournament. Their team did score only 1 point in all 8 rounds, so they lost 7 matches and made
And they're
one
gonna
draw.
lose the 8th, I guess.
Yes, so very very hard for them. So it just shows how strong this event is this year. Okay, and in this position, yeah, I think we are going to have some excitement soon because both players are having 9 minutes and yeah, still 17 moves to reach the move 40. And the position is pretty much blocked. So
But it's only white who can win.
yes,
Like the
yes.
pawn on d6 is weakened completely
The d5 square is weak.
as well. There's, I guess, no concrete way of playing as black.
Yeah, because if he tries to, let's just make a random move. d5, we can just first take on e7, rook e7, and then just snatch the pawn for free.
Yeah, and Wojciech Moranda played rook to d3,
Okay.
as far as I can see. So
Okay.
he's preparing to triple on the d file.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the plan.
That's gonna be
uh,
a huge tension on the pawn on d6, and
yeah, we
it
can
might
see this
seal
bishop on
the
h-
entire point.
Bishop on h6 is just a spectator. Yeah, he can also double this way, queen, rook d2, queen d1
Yeah,
if
because
needed.
he doesn't need to hurry.
Yeah,
like
well, yeah,
there's-
yes, yes.
What is black supposed to do? Maybe he can push h4, but then I guess g4, and there's too many moves to make in order to get something like f5.
Yeah. So let's see.
So he's gonna press for a really long time.
Yes, very good chances to win. I think Piotr Brodowski had some chances to get the GM norm, but yesterday he lost. And because of the fact, he no longer has those chances, even if he would win today. But that's also very unlikely because
Okay.
his position is bad.
So
But
he-
he had very good tournament till the round 7. Okay, so let's see Skawiński Arkadiusz
Yeah,
against
that's
Marcin Dziuba.
the last game we didn't look at.
Yeah,
And what's going on? It seems like
yeah, like
black is exchange up. And is there really any sort of compensation for white?
it doesn't.
I guess
feel
the
like
only compensation is the completely weakened king. So, you know, the rook will come to b2, rook h2 next. It's really difficult.
Oh, is that over? Like, I
Maybe
mean,
it is.
Is there any chance, for?
I
Yeah.
guess it's completely lost. Like down material, completely weakened position around the king, and direct threats of checkmate. Rook b2
Mm-hmm.
coming almost as a pre
Yeah, and I think
something
did
was
they?
played?
Yeah,
No, he
yeah.
resigned.
Yes, we can see on the camera that already Marcin Dziuba won the game for Wieża Pęgów. So they are leading 3-1. So they just need one draw to win the whole match and most likely win the bronze medal.
It's gonna be really huge for them because they were second the last year when you were playing in the team,
Yeah.
but this year it was more difficult for them.
Yes.
And they had some problems, like they didn't win all the matches they should have according to
Yes.
the ratings.
Yes.
So, yeah, very successful event for them.
Yes, so just briefly, let's see how the Katowice is doing. The match is still quite open as they are still playing, but it feels like Katowice is doing great.
Yeah, so let's quickly
Mhm.
look at it.
Yeah. So very briefly,
The
let's
top
see,
board.
and then we may have some break after we will look into just very briefly how Katowice is doing. So let's just very briefly see. Jan Krzysztof Duda somehow outplayed his opponent. Like
In the end game, he's the
yeah.
only one to have winning
Yeah,
chances.
yes,
He will be
yes.
pressing forever. I guess
Yes.
he is a fighter, so he will not make a draw that easily, and there's no risk for him.
Yes.
How can he possibly lose this?
Yes. And then let's see.
David Navarra.
Yes, David Navarra, who also had this extra piece, but what's going on now? Yeah, it feels like
His
he's
extra
still-
piece remained,
And
and
question is whether white pawns are going somewhere or not.
yeah, you have to take, as happened in the game,
Already.
and now bringing
The
back
knight.
the knight, you have to do it maybe d3.
Yes, and if
Check,
b7,
And
check.
on d7 I have knight e5 check, so, and I take on d7, take on d7, and
And this is winning, right? Or not?
should
No,
be
F4, F4.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
just-
yeah,
it's
yeah.
just a
Without
break.
F4, it could be tricky because the king would approach it.
Yeah,
but
you-
F4, game over. So yeah,
he
so
should win this game.
yeah, and yeah, so this looks very good.
And
So how about? So if they win those two games, it's already 3-0.
yeah,
So I guess
and
they will find some, at least a half a point somewhere. So let's just briefly see this position. Okay, here it's not so great for Katowice as Grzegorz Nasuta is having very good position.
and the knight feels somehow uncomfortable on c3.
Yes, yes,
So I guess Grzegorz Nasuta is gonna win,
yes,
but that will not be enough for them.
yes. And then Gazik Wiktor, Krzysztof Yakubovsky. Okay, let's refresh
Yeah, the
it.
computer isn't
Working.
helping us.
Yes. Okay, and this
It's
position.
like
Mm,
pawn up,
okay, so
but
he's,
it's a very significant pawn. Like the pawn on h4 is quite weak.
yeah,
The,
he's not going to lose this.
yeah, he might snatch the pawn on b6,
Yeah.
one of those two.
Yes. So it's
So
very
gonna
good
be, yeah,
for him.
uh,
He's down to 20 seconds, but still,
but
it's
it's normal for
it's-
him.
it's-
Like there's no reason for him to worry about.
Yeah.
And he's making a move. I guess it's rook somewhere.
yeah,
with
rook
your-
b7. Rook b7 is on the board, and he just needs one more move to reach move 40,
Yeah,
and when he will get additional 30 minutes. So
he's
it's,
gonna convert
it's
the advantage.
yes,
most probably.
it's very
And
good.
let's check the last game.
Yeah, let's check the last game and then we'll go for a very short break. So just see. We expect Katowice to win the match.
And win the entire
win the
Polish
entire
championship.
Yes, exactly. And we see the game of Monika Soczko. Well, these pawns went really far.
It's gonna be a quick kill, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Oh,
I
yeah.
cannot imagine White solving her problems in any way.
Yeah, these
F3
pawns are
is a threat, so maybe you have to put one of the rooks on F3 or something like this. I'm not sure. Although
Yeah.
there is some tricky move. Rook takes G3 probably.
at this point.
Yeah, because F takes G3 is
Yeah,
rook F6.
F6 check. Right.
So let's go back maybe some.
Yeah, so let's see. It is white to move. Rook takes g3.
Yeah, maybe let's just
Well,
rook d6 attack the queen.
queen
Mm.
and still open.
Yeah,
so I have to
queen
go
F2,
f2. That's the only move.
and maybe I can just take a pawn on c4 and pretend like nothing has really happened.
Okay,
I'm
black is
still
in the driver's seat still.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So yeah, we expect Katowice to win, and now we'll go for the short break, but don't go away. We will be back very, very shortly. And thank you, Anthony, for joining us and
Yes.
sharing your thoughts on the game. And yeah,
Thank you for the invitation. See you.
okay.
video who celebrated a victory, and very important victory for your team. Also, you had very interesting games in this tournament, crazy games, right?
Yeah, I remember especially the game with Grzegorz Gajewski, unfortunately without a happy ending for me. However, today's win is important, especially for me, because I was very unconfident after this tournament. So this game showed me that I can still I can still play some good games.
Yeah. So let's start to analyze this game.
Okay. Especially after the beginning, because I missed the opening system. After Queen E7, I played Knight C3, trying to move to my game with Tadeusz Krybel from round 7, when I had got a good position after after the opening. However, after E4, I missed E5.
Yes.
And
So unpleasant move, right?
Now my pieces are standing a bit stupid.
Oh.
I cannot play D5 because of Knight D4 and.
Let's make on the board. We can show this to our viewers that there is not D5 because of Knight D4.
Knight D4.
And if
I cannot take this because of pawn E4.
and
so
E4 pawn is hanging, yeah.
And I had to play, for example, Queen D1. And here I'm just, my position is just worse. For example, A5, and then bishop will move to C5, and then
it's a domination on the dark squares.
And my bishops are very passive in this position.
Right.
So I had to take on E5, and then I have another problem. I had to protect E4, but for trying to use the bishop on D3 after taking on E5, or maybe to take on E5 and play F3.
Ah, so unpleasant. Tries to play
Yeah,
this.
because another dark square bad position. So I choose to play bishop E2. With plan, if knight will take on F3, I will take by the pawn to make some threats on G file later.
So was your plan here to short castle, long castle maybe, and to put the rooks on G file to have some contemplate?
First, I would place the H rook on the G file, and then I will possibly I will make a long castle, but I was thinking also about staying by the king on E1 or F1. I would decide later.
Yeah, good chances here. For white.
After DE, I realized that my position is possibly worse, so I offered a draw.
Oh, okay.
And my opponent rejected it.
And in the end, he lost.
So after, then before and bishop wasn't exchanged on C3. This. This choice is possibly incorrect, but I'm not sure about this. It's a very interesting choice. Then I made the bishop F4 to try to take on E5 by the bishop and play C5. Right. I thought that my opponent will play just C6, and black's position is still okay. However, no, knight G6 is also an okay move, but now rook E8 is quite risky, I think.
Why?
Because of next move, E5.
Ah, E5. Oh.
e5 and
But it's so unlogical. He plays the rook on e-file, controls e-file, but you're still going to
Yeah.
e5.
Black's pieces were placed very logical, and my pieces, not all of them. So I had to try to complicate this position.
So the idea behind this e5 move is to play on b6 bishop. So if pawn takes here e5, then you have c5 move, right? To catch this bishop here.
Now black has a hard choice: take on e5 and give the piece for 3 pawns, or maybe move the f6 knight and allow me to place my knight on d5. So after about 20 minutes of thinking, my opponent chose to take this pawn by the knight.
Yeah, but between these two choices, he doesn't have a good choice, right? It's bad and worse choices.
However, maybe the best choice would be to take this pawn by d6 pawn. Now I still have the piece for 3 pawns. However, there are more pieces on desk than taking by the knight. So any attack by e4, e3 has better chances for black. Even plan with h5, h4 later, it's possible because my knight will be removed from f3 by e4. So my opponent Alex Kaczmarek took by the knight. I had to take by the bishop because if I would take by the knight, there is bishop d4.
Ah, intermediate move.
It's a great move because my knight cannot move because of bishop c3 and I'm
queen
losing.
e2. Yes. Oh, yes. You're losing a material there.
So I had to take by the bishop. And after c5, my opponent played e4, logical move. However, maybe it would be better to just to take without e4. There still will be the time to play e4, but then I had to castle. But now e4 it's quite better because I don't have move on d4. I have to play for example on d2, and my knight is much worse than on d4. So e4, and then my opponent took this. There was also another interesting move, a5. Now I had to take because bishop has now an a7 square, but then it will be an interesting position. I would have a rook for 3 or 4 pawns, but pawn on a3 would be very dangerous for me.
Yes. It's already on the 3rd rank, and it's defended, well defended by rook and by queen.
Then e3, and even if I would castle, my king could be attacked. So my opponent took on c5, and now it's interesting situation. I had to move the knight on d4 or to protect it, but there's a problem how to fix all threats. There is a threat e3, knight is attacked, and I cannot move the rook because my pawn is would be also hanging.
Right.
But I solved it by move knight b5.
Oh, nice. Actually, you defend d4 knight. Also, you suggest to trade the queens, which might be very good for white because the king is still in the center. The queens make some deal with this.
I do that. My opponent will play, for example, queen g5. can take the quality now, but I would lost.
Yeah.
For example, this, and possibly I would
Long
I would long castle. This would be a nervous move, but I possibly don't have a better choice in this position. For example, maybe bishop d7, I would take, and there is no move rook c8 because of knight c7.
Coming back and closing this.
After taking, I would play, for example, king b2, and I have a rook for 4 pawns.
The king. The problem is that king is too open.
Yeah, but there's, I think the black has not enough pieces to construct some mate attack. However, I have also some open files to counterplay on black's king.
Anyway, you would choose the side of rook, right?
Yeah. However, my opponent exchanged the queens. I think I was happy after this move because I'm a positional player and I don't like very unclear positions with rook for 4 pawns.
Yeah, this is not what we could expect from you in your games from this tournament.
Last time I'm trying to change my style in some games because my opponents know very well my style. Especially after my main opening, knight f3. It's my best opening, however,
Everybody knows already, so you have to change something.
It's not working well last time. So, queen has been exchanged, and I move the knight on e3, because if I would castle, there's a move knight d7 with a trap. If I would take, rook c8.
Ah, this knight on c5, 2 knights on c5, they cannot defend each other.
I can castle later time. I do that.
The queens are off the board, so you can castle anytime, right?
And knight on e3 is also protecting d5 square from moving the black knight. h6 is okay, and then c5. It was a move played at the, to say, a tempo. Now there will be a problem to protect all pawns from the queen's side. Then castle. In this moment, my opponent offered a draw. Then now I had to reject.
You had to reject.
I had to. I would think about this all time if I would accept this offer.
Yeah.
Rook d7 is okay, but there's now there's a problem with pawns b6 and c5.
Yes.
a4.
Also, a6 pawn is hanging, so the rook is stuck here on a8. B pawn cannot progress even after a4. It's impossible. C5 pawn is also hanging, so there is not a progress of these pawns on the queen side, and the pieces, these 2 knights here, and the bishop simply stops this. So why to accept your draw, right?
So I had to reject this time. Now that there's the problem is that if black will move the pawn to a5, the b5 square would be very weak, and I would just make possibly rook c8, then rook b2, and to make and change this knight because this knight is now staying not so good.
Right.
Okay. My opponent played g6. That was a strange move for me. he's trying to protect the 8 line, but I don't know. There was no threats on.
Yeah, but also he cannot go forward with the pawn. So I think he's out of the moves here already.
It's possible, but I would try to move this knight. Maybe I would try to play, for example, knight e8 to play this knight on the c7 to protect a6 pawn, and then
Free the rook.
to free the rook. g6. So I'm bringing my rook to the game, and now very strange move, taking on b3. My worst pieces has been exchanged, so I'm just happy.
Makes your job even easier.
Yeah.
And now the problem is the b6 pawn.
Yeah.
It's clearly it's visible now.
There's no way to protect this pawn, as for example, rook d6, knight c4.
Rook b8.
Rook b8, rook
Rook
c8, rook c5.
Rook c5, and
c5.
there's not any problem with the
b5
first
just to exchange the pawns and take on b5. And my opponent played rook d4. Interesting, but I can just take the pawn. Now after knight d7, I will just take, and there's after this, I will just exchange the pieces, and
in the end get the c5 pawn. It's
endgame is
simply
easy one. My opponent played king g7. Then I saw a very tricky trap.
Really? It's something connected with this rook f6 in the middle.
I can see that I can take on f6, but now there's no good next move to use this threat. But maybe if this rook would
take
would
okay. Take on a4, then is rook f6, king takes f6, knight d5,
Yes.
a check, and knight v6.
exactly.
Oh,
But how to
How to force this?
How to force this? I was thinking about rook a1. It's still a good move to protect this pawn from taking or exchanging. But I do that a5. Yes.
and he went for rook a4 for this pawn?
Yes. I was surprised about this.
This is trickiest, but I was thinking some move like h3 just to have some file there, but a5 is even trickier because you just call your opponent to come this rook a4.
However, there's no good move in this position. If after another move, I would just take on a6, and then on c5 possibly. But now I would just take.
And at b6
and
yeah, intermediate. This is even.
If black would take on a5, I would play knight c4 to take the more active rook. But after rook a2, I had to play bishop c4 and then take.
That's too much material.
And the knight is also coming back to the game.
Yes.
f5 and a6 pawn is also hanging.
It continued. This is unusual thing, because
In this position, I could just play knight c5 and after king c5 there would be a bishop b3, so rook would have been exchanged, and now
yeah,
the endgame is completely won easily. But I wanted just to make some next moves, and there's still just one threat to play a mate on the
Yes,
on
yes,
the one file, but but there's no way to avoid. No, maybe I would next. Maybe I would play better on f1 immediately, but I played on c4, and now my pieces are a bit how to say this.
Not connected,
not
not,
connected,
yes, but
yes. But
you can reschedule them, right?
Yeah.
Or replace them.
But
Yeah.
and now my opponent resigned. Unfortunately, this one is important just for me because my team is falling down to the first league. Unfortunately, because I have changed a club before this season. I hope we'll return to the extra league.
Yeah,
as
you have
far
to
as soon as
you have
possible.
to win the first leg. It's an extra title, and then come back to the extra league. The match already finished.
Let's see this.
Heberla won. We can actually see
Oh,
it here.
Bartek also won.
Yes.
He was in the same situation as me. He also had only 4 draws and 4 losses. So it's.
This is the final position, and the opponent here resigned just because that the threat is when the king goes.
There will be, for example, the rook f8, and then rook,
Yes.
rook e8, and
The
there
piece is
no
gone, and what's most important, also there's d7 pawn, which increase the chances for win for white. It's not
D7
just-
pawn will be promoted soon.
Yeah, soon. So the game, the match ended with 4.5, 1.5.
And I can see Julka Antolak also won. It's also very good to see that Julka won, because during all league, our 3 boards, first, third, and sixth, were much weaker. For example, especially than Antek Szustakowski, who earned a Grandmaster nom. Congratulations
Yes,
for
yes.
him.
He just was at our studio and analyzed the games with Piotr. We have one game, main game in progress. Let's check this out. Here we have
Who's
Duda,
playing?
still in progress.
JK
We have
Duda.
this endgame.
JK Duda is facing Niklas Hushin bet, and Duda is pawn up, and in this endgame, position is a bit open, but the black's bishop is much worse than white's knight. I think it's just a small technical task for JK Duda, and he will win this important game for Katowice.
Yes, we can see that board 2 just finished. David Nauer celebrated victory against Czech. And the game was really
I could see that.
noisy, amazing, like too complicated.
Yeah, I could see that David had a piece for 2 pawns.
Yes, exactly.
David is a very strong player. I faced him in the last extra league last year, and he has beaten me in very quick pace.
Yes, he's kind of player. If he's on a mood, if everything goes well for him, then he's really unstoppable.
So I think in this time David had to count all variations with in this end game, because he won't exchange rooks before a plan to win this position. Now there's still the black threat f4 to and pawn will
Should
be
be very
promoted.
careful because this pawns on the queen side of white also
And
make
he-
some deal.
And here's the most important move, king c8, and white will have no linked pawns, and Hracek had to play d6, and knight is coming back
On time.
to help the king. There's no move b7
'cause,
because of knight e5 and knight d7,
Yes.
and everything is ending. Now knight b4 is also defending the threat b7 b8. 8-5, the last chance to maybe Navarra will take on h5 and play, and then the king
King
e5,
e6,
king
yeah.
e6, and there.
To grab all the pawns here.
Yeah. But David is a great player, and even king e4 is not
Enough.
now because of knight c5, and then there's no way to stop the g4 the g pawn. There's no king d3. There's no king f3. On other squares, g pawn will
Yeah, so
escape.
Goes to the queen the first.
The last moves, and Hracek resigned.
All the pawns are controlled here. There is nothing to worry. A very interesting game here by David Navarra, and also a very important game because right now Hetman Katowice is winning 3-1. Two games are still in progress, and they need to win this game for the title. Meanwhile, the other team, Polonia Wrocław, who's also competing for the gold medal, yet is having 2-2 with
Mieć Legnica.
Exactly. So the things are complicated. In this match, there are 4 draws and 2 games are in progress. But according to the games, what we have now in progress, Hetman Katowice has biggest chance to become a champion of Polish Extra League.
I could see that there's still a fight for the bronze medal, because Silesia Racibórz is facing today Hetman Katowice, and they will possibly lose this match. So there's still a chance to Wieża Pęgów and Stilon Gorzów to win a bronze medal in the last moment.
Yes. So everything is still in progress under the fire. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back soon. comeback for this tournament, Polish Extra League, the final round. And the games are still in progress. Still, we are not sure who will win the tournament. It's not 100% sure, or it is. It's not. It's not.
100%, but
80, 70.
yeah.
So,
so let's just say that if Hetman Katowice wins the match, it's clear that they are winning the tournament, and currently it's 3-1.
they cannot lose the tournament, so the other result is draw, and then it will get complicated.
Yes. So let's just see at the diagram. So young Krzysztof Duda is playing white against Niklas Hushin, and yes, it looks like he's doing very, very well, as he was doing earlier as well in this game with the knight on c4, a very powerful piece. Like this knight is attacking a5. It's still not clear if it's easy to win the game, but he's on the better side of it. So,
Yes.
So even if he makes a draw, then regardless of what happens on the last board, we have a clear winner. So
Yeah. Also, it might happen from 6th board if they finish earlier and they make draw. Also, Hetman Katowice wins the title.
we can see in this game, and I think we can safely say that no way Black can lose this game. I mean, something really strange must have happened. It's like
Right.
some, I don't know. No, normally it's a draw, or Black still can try. It's hard because there are both rooks on the board. It's very hard to play for the win. But yeah, it's draw is the most likely result, and that's enough. That's enough.
If not win for for Black, then draw.
Draw, and then regardless of the result on the first board, where actually young Krzysztof Duda has, the advantage, we can safely say that Hetman Katowice will win the 9th title, for the 9th time, the national team.
Wow, this is an impressive number. Let's check out the games. The other favorite team in this tournament, Polonia Wrocław. The 4 games already finished with draw. We don't have any result yet. The score is 2-2. Second board is in progress.
Yes, so Kirill Shevchenko against Mateusz Bartel. And okay, regardless what happens here, well, Katowice wins, they will take the silver medal one way or the other. But still, the match is going on. And what's the current result in this match?
2-2.
So it's all up to in this game, where certainly Mateusz Bartel has the advantage.
Yeah, I think F1, King F1 was played here, and a simplest move playing like F4, F3, G3 ends this game.
Yes, so very difficult position for white. Yeah, black is most likely just winning because the knight has a long way coming back and helping. So yeah, so then that's gonna be a win for Polonia Wrocław. And how about the?
There is also the game in progress on the 4th board, and here, yeah, this is the current position.
Yeah, and I just remind everyone you can ask us some questions in the chat. So this is our final turn. So that's your final chance to ask some questions. We will be very happy to answer them. So yeah. So what's in this position? Okay.
Pretty much this balanced position. White has exchange for a pawn, but the bishop is quite strong.
Yes, it's quite strong, and the king is a little bit weak. So there is a lot of counterplay. However, I guess all the results are possible in this game. Yeah, it's still a long way to go. So this match is not so clear. However, as I said, if Hetman Katowice wins the match, and it's like 99.99% they win. Yeah, they will be second. So also very good result for Polonia Wrocław, silver medal.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good
Exactly.
result.
Another
the third
game.
one.
Yes,
The third
that's
one.
the question. Still we don't know.
Yeah, but I think Wieża Pęgów will be the third. So
Let's check
they
out
need
these
to
two
win
games.
the match, and already they are leading 3-1.
Exactly.
And already they won. Yeah, because we can see quickly first board, Kuzmic, Mishta, they are setting up the pieces. I guess they already finished. So yeah, it's 3.5 to 1.5 already, and one game in progress. Wojciech Moranda, Piotr Brodowski, but whatever happens here, Wieża Pęgów has won the match. And it looks like Moranda has good chances to win this game as well.
I think it's very important how many scores they will get because they might share the standings.
Yes, do you think so? I think Wieża Pęgów has, you see, 29 those small points. And
The
Silesia
total number
Racibów has less.
they have the equal 11, but this is the moment when we're counting the points. How many points they scored on individual boards.
Yeah, but there are only 2 games running for Silesia Racibów, so they can only they will not catch Wieża Pęgów at this point. It's not possible.
Yes.
Right.
And one more game in progress. Here we have Yannick Igor against Michal Olszewski.
Okay, Yannick Igor against Michał Olszewski. We get this comment that my microphone might not be on the best volume, so maybe we can check that out
If it's so, then your
Yeah.
voice is still not hearable.
Yeah, but maybe it's sometimes hearable, sometimes not. So maybe we can check it if it's everything okay. You can write also once again in the comments if that was only temporary problem. Okay, better. So maybe that was just a temporary problem. But okay, always let us know in the comments. We always keep an eye on that, and we are happy that you are talking with us. We are providing you the analysis and explaining everything what's going on in this event. But yeah, we are happy that you are with us. Like
Yes.
we are not just talking to each other; we are talking with you, to you. So yeah,
Yes.
that's the work we love.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so what's the match situation here for the Stylan
Here
Gorzów?
we have 2 points for
Stylan Gorzów,
yes, and 3 points for
Akademia Szachowa Gliwice. And Stylan Gorzów had a mathematical chance to catch the third place. But of course they needed a win, and I think a high win. But they are not winning this match, so certainly they are out, and I mean not out of the league, but out of the fight for the third place. I guess they will finish on like 5th or something like this place, or even worse because they might lose this match.
yeah. Let's for the end check out the game. Jan Krzysztof Duda, Hushin. Some changes happen here. We have only rooks on the board with the pawns. Of course, pieces changed, and
Yes.
so the situation, I guess.
Yes.
I think it's even better for white.
Yeah.
Now rook can get wild.
Yeah. Shall we play g5? That's the question. Because if I take on f5, well, it's very hard to win, I guess. Although there is still this.
No, I
this
don't
plan.
think it's hard.
Yeah, do you think
First
this
of
one?
all, this is the plan. Also,
Mhm.
king d3, king c4 is a plan.
Mm.
Once the pawn is pushed, and
Okay, I take with the rook
yeah, let's go.
here, and I go here. Mm.
King
maybe
f4,
f4, maybe this, like, let's say,
king
just
e4,
yes,
and
yes,
then
and let's just
king's rook c5.
yeah,
Yes.
that should be winning.
Yeah, exactly.
So indeed, there are some winning, tries.
But
And
g5 looks
Also, this looks
It's
very
more
tempting because,
dangerous.
well, if I can keep this pawn, it's just
Yes.
game over.
It's a pass
So-
pawn on the long side. Rook cannot control it yet, and it can be fixed with f4, and then rook gets with this
Yeah.
even this idea rook c1, rook c5
Yeah,
is still.
Yeah, so I guess after g5 maybe f4, but takes. Is there any chance? Like, okay, king g3, and then I want to play f4. Okay, first maybe I'll play rook e3, just to make sure there is no check on d3. Well, this looks good, but okay, if g takes f5 wins, maybe there is no point in calculating. But Jan Krzysztof has a lot of time here, for more than 30 minutes.
Way much more than the opponent.
Yes, but okay, at this point the time is not as important. The position is more important. He was about to make a move, or at least that's what I thought.
Yes, me too.
But he's, because, well, if he wins, then, he will feel very, very well. Because he also is going to play the World Cup, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's going to play
yeah,
the World Cup, and
so
also 3 other
yes,
tournaments
he
are
played G5.
coming for him as well. So
He played
G5,
G5.
F4 was met so quickly.
Yeah, because that was the only way for black to at least, I mean, to make some mess in the
King
position.
F4 we have, Rook
Somehow
D4 we have.
it is not updating on my board, so I will just make those. Oh, it is now. So
Rook D4,
yes, yeah. What do you think? Maybe rook e4.
K4 possible, or
Rook
also
d3, rook e3 is just good enough. And g pawn is running up the board. Well, this looks, yeah. So let's just see for a moment if, yeah, the Polish, prodigy, we could say, he's okay. At the moment, he has, I think, less rating than Radek Wojtaszek, but it is changing each month. So
yeah, different was very few.
yes. So one month is this way, the other is this way, but they are both 2700 plus
Yes.
players from Poland. There are no more players who are even close to 2700. So that's clear. These are the great guys. So yeah. Yeah, but he's taking some time because he's afraid,
Of course,
not
he has
to-
plenty of time.
Yeah,
and
he's
he can-
afraid not to spoil this because,
But he's nicely dividing the time. He's taken quite a lot of time in the opening to have advantage, and then making a problem to the opponent. Then he spends less time in that part, and in the end game he has plenty of time.
Yes, and now he just makes sure that, because I believe this has to be winning, but still few correct moves has to be played.
Yes. We have 4 or 5 games in progress, but pretty much everything is clear. And I think it is time to say the magical words, which never comes us back here tomorrow, but we have to do it. And of course, thank you very much for your watching, for the comments, for the questions.
We really
to you
appreciate
too,
it.
to be here side to side, and yeah, it was amazing tournament.
Yes, and thanks to the all other co-commentators
Yes.
who came here and were helping us
Yes.
to provide this show.
As Christoph, Daniel, and Maria, and also it was very nice to see all the players coming here.
Yes, all
Also
the
at the
guests.
interview here, they were not they were of course tired, but they were open to come here,
Yes.
analyze their own games, give us some sidelines, and also to look the other games. It was amazing time here for Polish Extra League, and thank you very much for watching us.
Yeah, so thanks again, and yeah, maybe see you not tomorrow, but maybe next year or at
So-
the other tournament. So, yeah. Thank you. Bye bye.